example, you can hear that on RS1 via radio-show.co.uk, and we have no breaks on the radio, no blocks on any of it. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are around the world. There are plenty of people tuned in as ever, and a big crowd in the pit lane. I'll introduce you to my special guest, who is a veteran of somewhere near 50 races on the Nürburgring and the Nordschleife, of which 23 have been the 24-hour races, multiple class winner, a multiple winner in different classes as well, and published author now as well. Peter Kate is alongside me. The qualifying this morning, Peter, in less than ideal conditions, particularly for one Maximilian Verstappen, who is doing what all drivers have to do if he wants to drive a GT3 or race here in the future, in that he is doing his permits. You start off with a permit B, and then once you've got that, you can upgrade to the permit A. And he was greeted after his classroom session in his lead and follow yesterday with wet weather, and it was particularly damp this morning.
Hi, thanks for having me along. Really appreciate being part of this, at the other end of the microphone, as it were. Yeah, Max was introduced to the Nordschleife weather straight away. You never know what it's going to be like, and looking at some of the highlights here, very, very greasy. Obviously, it's been hot for quite a number of weeks over there, so you get that rain lying on top of the oils from the tarmac, and it just makes things very, very tricky. So seen a lot of cars trying some different lines, trying to find that wet line. Nordschleife is always tricky because it's a combination of old and new tarmac, and it's not always full width resurfaced. So yeah, Max really had to work hard to get to know not just the car but also the track.
At the front of the field, the full GT3 cars, small but perfectly formed, entering normally over 20, getting on towards 30 or above if we're at the N24, but just a handful here today, and Julian Andlauer and Joel Sturm on pole position in the 911 GT3R. It's a very busy GT weekend. We've got the European Le Mans Series back over at Silverstone, in my usual stomping ground, where the weather is fine. This morning we've got the 1000k at Suzuka as well, so a lot of shuffling of drivers, and one or two of the bigger teams and the works teams not here this weekend. Falcon Tyres, for example, have had to shuffle. Julian Andlau, as I said, I'm not even sure how he's going to do it. I presume he's going to start the race here and then helicopter it back to Silverstone to qualify, then come back here to do a morning stint tomorrow, and then back out to Silverstone tomorrow afternoon. So Joel Sturm, I would expect to be seen doing the second half of both of the races. A qualifying session that in some ways doesn't count for much, particularly as it has as it's dried up, Peter, but time on the Nordschleife is never time wasted.
No, that's right. Every lap's different, but you know, you pick up obviously some feel for the track as you consistently run. Conditions will change, but you know, it's 9-10 minutes in some classes, even 12 minutes since you were last there, so the lap can be quite different the next time around. But every little bit of the track has its own secrets. There are tiny little undulations, little bumps, big bumps, jumps, high curbs, low curbs. So it's all about just time spent behind the wheel, and obviously bearing in mind that you never really have a clear lap with all this multi-class racing. You know, you never can pick your own perfect line.
Yeah, we have the advantage at the N24, which isn't a part of this championship, but runs under the same regulations and the same class structure of having what's called top qualifying, where you do shoot the cars off one at a time. And that is absolute joy for those drivers who qualify. Now, at the moment, it is wet enough to have the drivers looking, and in fact fitted, wet tyres. The tyre rules here are, in the top class, are open. So there is a tyre war in the top class, which is effectively a global GT3. We have a global GT4 as well. They all have slightly different names here because of the class structure, but some of the categories as you go down through the cup classes for Porsches, for BMWs, even for TCRs, they have dedicated tyre suppliers in there, Peter. But at the sharp end of the field, unusually nowadays, I think this must be one of the biggest championships, and certainly in the N24, probably one of the biggest races in the world with an open tyre formula.
Yeah, and it makes for some great racing. You've got a situation where you're trying to manage tyres over a long period of time, over a stint that your fuel load goes down in balance with your fuel load going down, your tyres are wearing out, so you've got to manage the balance of the car over, 2 hours, for example, of stint length, depending on your fuel tank capability. So the guys are working hard to set the cars up for these kinds of endurance situations. I've
just been reminded by our executive producer, Tim Gray, who's over in London, that Julian Andlauer should really be at the ALMS autograph session on Sunday morning, so he might not be able to do any of the races. I suspect that they'll take the fine on that one. If you want to get in touch with us and join the conversation here, many of you will. Then I know many of you watching on the variety of YouTube links. Support the official YouTube, which is via NLS or VLN on YouTube channel. That's where we link to from radio-show.co.uk. We don't have the ability to see your comments on there, so if you want to get in touch with us, use X, formerly Twitter, at @RSL_studio. If you've got any questions that you want answering, again, because Max Verstappen is here, there will be a lot of you who are brand new to this. This type of racing here on the Nürburgring Nordschleife is unlike any other circuit racing in the world, and it has its own particular rules. For example, I'll guarantee you one thing today: we'll not see a safety car. You may see some safety vehicles on the track, but you won't see a safety car. They are not utilised here at all. Instead, it's a really heavily policed system of yellow flags, double yellow flags, purple flags, and speed-controlled zones out on the Nürburgring. Remember, this is not a normal racetrack. Recalibrate your mind if you are watching here for the first time. This version of the track is more than 20 kilometres around. As I said, it's a little bit shorter than the full version that we use for the Grand Prix circuit and the whole of the Nordschleife. But this is racing like no other, Peter. You have had a background for many years in circuit racing. You've become, in the last few years, a decade or so, a Nürburgring specialist. There is nothing like this track. There's nothing like the regulations for this track, and for good reason.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, first of all, it's a very a racetrack that was built in 1927. It's a very, very challenging environment. It's narrow, curbs are high. Nobody gets pinged for track limits here, because if you exceed track limits, you're basically in the wall.
Self-policing, I think they call it.
Indeed. So that combined with the multi-class formats, we've got many, many classes here, many different capabilities of cars and indeed drivers. And I think when you're looking at the top down to the bottom in terms of lap times, there's up to like a 4-minute lap time difference, something in that region, from the fastest car to the slowest class car. And that means there's a lot of passing. But unlike most racing, yes, there are blue flags, but it's a different kind of rule for the cars that are being lapped. They're not obliged to get out of the way.
No.
And I think Max is going to be in an interesting situation, because he's going to be passing cars, but he's also going to be being passed by GT3 cars. And he doesn't need to jump out of the way.
No.
So it's going to be interesting to see how the field deals with that and how Max indeed deals with that.
Hello to Steve Hamill at RSL_studio. He says, can you give the F1 fans a rundown of how NLS multi-class works? Yes, to put it into Formula One terms, imagine on a Formula One weekend, during the race, you had F1 Academy, F3, F2, F1, and a touring car race all going on the track at the same time. That's basically what you've got here. And you may think that sounds extreme in terms of differential in lap times, but actually there's a bigger differential here because of the length of the track in lap time than there would be if you had that variety of single-seaters and touring cars going around the tracks. Falcon Tyres, by the way, have just told us now. This is big news. Andlau will be staying at the Nürburgring and will not start the Silverstone race. Very interesting. So for those of you perhaps in the UK who are heading across to Silverstone, just £25 for the Silverstone race entry tomorrow, 40 quid for the whole weekend. I thought was a bit of a motorsport bargain. Then Julian Andlau will be coming later to the ELMS. Dan Vitali says, do they have intermediate tyres in the Nürburgring race as part of the open tyre rules? Is the choice simply wet or dry? In the top class, there is something that looks like an intermediate. It's not necessarily called an intermediate. They're often called drying wets, aren't they?
Yeah, or even a cut slick.
Yeah, you are allowed. It's much more open tyre rules than you have in any other form of motor racing, Dan. A lot of people will not understand why a driver who has the highest FIA license that you can possibly get, who is extremely experienced in Formula One, having taken 4 World Championships, had to go back to school yesterday and sit in the classroom and do a test, a multi-choice test, answer questions, and then have his driving assessed whilst first following another car of the same type and then leading another car of the same type with an experienced instructor. Everybody has to do that, Peter. And in fact, actually, there's slightly less stringent rules for somebody who has an FIA international license. But this is not an FIA event. It obviously runs under the auspices of the FIA, as all motorsport do. But this is DMSB. It's German. It's very particular. And so the FIA do not have a legacy of being involved in this event. In fact, they pretty much ignore this event in terms of driver rankings.
That's correct.
These
actually.
events.
Yeah, that's correct. I'm a good example. I've raced here for more than 20 years, but I'm still FIA bronze.
Yeah.
Because regardless of your results and experience here, it doesn't count towards...
How many class wins here?
6.
6 class wins in. How many different classes now?
Oh, that's a good question. I'd have to count that
4,
up.
I think.
It's 4 or 5, yeah. One of the classes was combined, so it's confusion as to what that class would be called. But I think the short answer to why Max, just like any other driver, has to do this, it's nothing to do with his capability. It's nothing to do with the car he's in or the cars he's driven over his career. It's to do with the track. And an easy answer to the question is, anybody who's in any doubt as to why you need some kind of training before you go there is just go there and have a look, and you'll realize very quickly this is unlike any other racetrack. You could argue there are elements of other racetracks similar to the Nordschleife, but it's such a narrow, challenging, tricky track. Here's a little statistic for you: 300 meters of elevation change in one lap. Weather changes that are extreme because you're passing from one valley into the next. You talked about tyres, cut slicks, whatever they are. You could start the lap on the appropriate tyre, but halfway around the lap and you've still got 12, 13, 14 kilometres to go, you're on the wrong tyre because it's snowing. Yeah. So this is why...
Peter, dear listener and viewer, Peter is not exaggerating. We once had a 24-hour race stop for hailstones the size of ping pong balls. I'm not exaggerating. And the cars at the start of the lap were on slick tyres, and halfway around the lap they could not get up even the slightest of incline. Quite extraordinary weather changes we get. It started wet and raining this morning. It's dried up, and it dries up very quickly, particularly on the Grand Prix circuit, which makes up only a tiny part of this track. But the clouds in the background would tell me that the weather is likely to be threatening all day. In fairness, the weather normally comes from the Grand Prix end of the track and spreads across the North Loop. Nordschleife just means North Loop in German, and it normally comes from that area. So we'll see how that goes, because as Peter says, it can be treacherous. And in some ways, Peter, more akin to old school racing. Nowadays, particularly, and if we go back to the Formula One analogy, Formula One now is about making the car consistent over an hour and a half. As it burns off its fuel, as you change the tyre compounds, it's about making it consistent. David Coulthard, 13 times a Grand Prix winner, once told me, and this is David talking, Formula One's easy. All you've got to do is do the same things at the same time every lap. And if you do the same thing and you've got your car set up correctly, and I'm not saying I agree with David about it being easy, but I know what he means. If you do the same thing, your brake, your turn in, your shift points are all the same. The car, if it's set up right, should do the same thing every lap, because the conditions won't change on even Spa, which is the longest circuit, which is 4 miles around. You can't say that here.
No.
This is much more akin to tarmac rallying in some respects, because you don't know when you come to that. It's 10 minutes since you were last at that corner.
Exactly that. And with the combinations of car classes, the cars you're coming up behind don't have the same capability as your car. They may be significantly, underpowered. They may have far less cornering capability. Equally, the cars coming up behind you have the inverse. If they're lapping you, if you're in a lower class car, they've got way more downforce, they're way lighter. And then you get a mix of things. I've run an SP8, SP8T class, which is, a lot of power, but very little downforce relative to GT3. You're going to be passing GT3 cars along the straights, but then at the end of the straight, 3 of them will come piling past you into the braking area. So it's a real mix. It's hugely entertaining for the people who are there watching. It's a fabulous format of racing, in my opinion. I think the multi-class really makes it. I think the track's challenging like no other. And the ability to maintain a good pace, not only when you're passing people, but when you're being passed, is critical.
I had the great good fortune many years ago to present Top Gear Live shows at various places around the UK. And one of my cohorts there was the lovely and much missed Sabina Schmitz. And I asked her this question, and I won't tell her. She grew up round here. She was driving round here when she was a teenager, along with her sister, who was also a very good driver as well, in a heavily modified BMW road car. There's a good story about that as well. I'll ask you the same question. Is there a perfect lap round the Nordschleife?
Let me try to reinterpret the question slightly. I don't think there's a perfect lap around any track, but the Nordschleife is the least perfect, in the sense that it's so long and there are so many different alternative routes through the track. Not just because, let's say you're in a helicopter looking down on a particular corner, there's obviously an ideal line you can draw onto that corner, but then when you get down to ground level, you've got these little tiny bumps and undulations, you've got surface changes where they've resurfaced a portion of the width of the track. They've maybe put some new white line or new curb in where the previous year it wasn't there or it was flatter. So you've always got to adapt, and I think that's what the endless challenge of the Nordschleife is.
A real star of the Nordschleife and of motor racing for many years. This is Frank Stiepler, who is in his Ford overalls there, driving with Vincent Kolb this weekend. The blonde lady standing to the left of the car is Eve Shee, his partner, who's a very tidy driver in her own right and will often compete in the Youngtimer race before the 24 hours, which was earlier this year. It was June this year. It'll be May next year. Ford, welcome back to Ford and the Ford Mustang to the Nürburgring. Haupt Racing has taken that. That was a big story when HRT went to Ford and basically accepted the challenge of helping Ford develop that GT3 Mustang into a Nürburgring Nordschleife car, because again, these cars aren't set up like you would set up a car for a traditional track.
Yeah, I'd love to see someone make a Ford versus Porsche film instead of Ford versus Ferrari, based on what they're doing here. I mean, for me, motorsport and Ford have always been connected over the years. Grew up with the various Fords on my bedroom wall, and I think it's fantastic to see them here doing this.
It's a big undertaking, isn't it? It's quite brave.
Yeah, and it's not a place to take lightly, as we've said anyway, with the track. You can very quickly embarrass yourself in a place like this, but with Frank on board, it's always entertaining to listen to his onboard live stream if you want to learn some interesting German words. But he's a great talent, and he's also a great development driver, so he can give the feedback that they need, rather than just parachuting a few, very young hot shoes in the car. So I think, we're going to see that car advance with a goal, obviously, next year to go for victory in the 24 hours.
What is the thing that any driver, obviously we've got a very experienced new driver to this, but what is the thing that you would say as an expert around here, and I can say that, you'll probably shake your head, but you are an expert around here. You've probably forgotten more about this place than most people will ever know. Julian Andlau, by the way, and Joel Sturm are on pole position in a revamped driver lineup for the two Falcon Porsches. They are running on Falcon tyres as well in that classic motorsport livery. What is the thing that most drivers, I've had a question about what will the Formula One fans tuned in now confuse them this weekend? What would confuse or be most unusual, shocking? What's the thing a driver has to get used to when racing on the Nordschleife? Some people will have done many laps on Gran Turismo, on some of the other sims, might even have done tourist laps around here. But racing, what's that biggest culture shock, if you will?
Yeah, I think we've kind of touched on a few of them already. The multi-class format means that sometimes you have to kind of rein it in at a certain point in the track, knowing that you'll benefit if you're just a little bit patient. So it doesn't mean particularly losing speed on the lap time, but for example, you might want to let a GT3 pass you if you're in Max's position into a corner, just lift off coast a little bit into that corner, let the guy pass, because then you'll get a huge tow up the hill afterwards for the next 2 miles or something. So it's a different way of thinking about lap time and generating lap time. It's not just out and out corner speed. It's a little bit more than that. And then some of the things you mentioned, John, things like the speed limit zones. When there's an accident, we've got the double waved yellows to 120 kilometres an hour max. We've got the code 60s, obviously by name, 60 kilometres an hour max.
Might even see people repairing Armco out there with cones around them, as you would in your street driving.
And cars are driving past, and as we've seen, even pro drivers somehow fail to see those flags that precede those slow zones, and they get penalised. So it's about keeping your eyes open. Blue flags we talked about, a lot of people will be standing up and screaming when they see blue flags, but cars not moving out of the way here, because as I said, they're not obliged to by regulation. It's up to the faster car to find a way past safely without contact. So that doesn't always happen, as I found to my cost this year, but nevertheless it's going to be something which will confuse, if you like, the fans who are used to seeing a blue flag leading to the lap car jumping offline and getting well out of the way. So we will see some differences there.
1 minute to go. Start your engines. The other thing is reset your minds on lap times. The opening lap is going to start in a moment. It'll take about 20 minutes to do a formation lap. The grid, just over 100 cars down on the approximately 150, 170 that we would get for the Nürburgring 24, but this is a decent entry here, particularly in the sub-classes, all of whom are battling for a championship, let's not forget, and we're getting into the business end of that. The rumour is that Max Verstappen, should he complete his laps here today to the satisfaction of race direction, he's got to do about 14, he has to do exactly 14 laps. He's got another chance tomorrow if he doesn't get them in today for whatever reason. Then the rumour is that on the 27th of September he'll be back in a GT3 car, the Emil Frey 296 Ferrari, which you've probably seen him doing some untimed practice in recent times, which started off this whole thing. Max has got a bit of GT3 experience. He's done a few track days with his mates, hired out Portimao, I want to say, a little while ago, maybe a couple of winters ago, and had a back-to-back tested a number of GT3 cars, including the Ferrari, a Porsche, Aston Martin. There's plenty of them to choose from nowadays. So that's the 27th of September. We'll have, as we do for every race, it's another Saturday race, another 4-hour race. We'll have full live coverage of that in sound and vision as well. So the cars in the first group roll off. We'll split the grid up into round about 50 cars for each starting group. Obviously, it's going to be there or thereabouts with just over 100 cars, 116, I think I said, set a time in qualifying. And it is the Porsche number 3, the Joel Sturm, Julian Andlau car that will start. That's the Falcon-coloured car. A second Porsche on the outside of the front row is the number 48. a third Porsche, which tells you how wet and greasy it was, which is the number 44, which is another one of the Falcon cars that will be in third position. The first Ford Mustang is the Vincent Kolb and Frank Stippler. Frank starting, former Audi driver, former everything driver, and an absolute hero of mine around here. And indeed, anyway, he's been doing quite a lot of classic racing in our coverage of our live coverage of the Classic Series by Peter Auto. Had a good chat with him at Imola last month. Then making up the top 6, it's the Ben Luchter started, another Porsche 911. That's the number 4 car, and that's the other Falcon car. Then the also listed in the 6th car in an Audi is Frank Stippler, but obviously he can't be driving that, so it's one of the other drivers. Andrei Veremenko, I think, will be starting that. Christian Krones amongst the drivers in the number 34 Aston Martin, which will go off 7th position. Then the Müller and Nagelstich and Rivas Porsche. Now, that's a Cup car. That's the first of the Cup car. So that is basically a Carrera Cup car, and they're running their own category here. There's also a class for Cayman Cup cars, effectively, the GT4 cars. And in fact, the Cup 3 category is the category that Max Verstappen is in. Now, he has to have a car by regulation that has a specific power to weight ratio, being a rookie, effectively, to go from his C to his B to his A permit. And therefore, there's a little bit of an extra weight in that car and a little bit less power. To be honest, in the qualifying this morning, he wouldn't have felt that too much, to be honest. And in fact, it actually might have been a bit of an advantage to him in the 980 GT4.
Yeah, so the relationship of weight to power, 4.2 kilos per horsepower, is what he's having to battle here until he gets his permit. So this Cayman is a little more than 100 horsepower down and about 150 kilos heavier. So in case anybody's under any illusions about that, it makes a bigger difference in the dry weather, as you said, John. It also, on some of the big climbs, that's when you really notice it. That's when you notice the power difference. So to get his A permit, Max has got to get 14 laps and 2 race results. Now, he can do that in this race by being in 2 cars, and he is listed in one of the SP7 Caymans from the same team. Line Speed, very good team, actually. Patrick Kolb runs a pretty good team. He was entrusted by Porsche to run one of their brand new cars when the next version of the particular car came out. So it's a good team. He's a good driver in his own right. And Max Verstappen is also entered in one of their SP7 cars. Now, the only thing I don't know about that is whether he can actually drive that, because I haven't delved quite deep enough, and I apologise for this, into the power to weight ratio. But there is another race tomorrow. Yeah. So he could go. So to get the upgrade, he needs 2 race results as well as the 14 laps. It's interesting how the officials are dealing with this. So his car that we can see on the screen right now is a detuned version of the Cup 3 car, but it is running in the Cup 3 class. Yeah. So similarly, there might be an opportunity for them to detune the SP7 Cayman to run in that class as a guest car.
The third group leaving now are more of the touring cars. Lots of BMWs, lots of BMW specific classes here as well, and not just for the latest and greatest, although BMW announcing and the NLS announcing this week through the VLN organisation that there will be a new class for the new BMW M2 Club Sport for competition sport next year, which is the new quote-unquote entry level. And the that, as I say, starting. BMW have been very active down through the years. The 235 class, Cup 235 originally, and then upgraded to the 240 class. That was a car that was built specifically for this championship and for the Nürburgring 24. and it has given us brilliant racing down through the years. The other thing to remind you is the checkered flag will fall at the front of the field, but 10 minutes later we'll still be watching people coming across the line having their own battles in class. So when the checkered flag falls for the guys in the GT3 cars at the front of the field, please don't disappear, because there will be class battles heading through to their own checkered flag. So 3 groups of cars have left. They will have 3 separate starting grids, and they'll form up coming down the long straight that links the Nürburgring Nordschleife to the Grand Prix circuit. If you do a tourist lap at the end of what's called the Dottinger Höhe, you come uphill through a little chicane, and then you turn hard right down to what's now called Sabine Schmidt's Curve, which is the first corner on the Nürburgring, leads onto the Hatzenbach. The guys will come straight on, just going through the link now, the third of the classes, but coming straight down from the Dottinger Höhe onto what would have been, in the old days, the exit of the Coca-Cola curve and the Grand Prix circuit. We used to have our commentary box right on the edge of there in the days when we were doing the European Le Mans Series here at the Nürburgring. In the pouring rain, I remember seeing a young German driver who was going to go on to be something big, we reckoned, in a GT Porsche, unlapping himself from the prototype cars, driving around the outside, and that young German driver was Klaus Graf. A very fresh-faced Klaus Graf in those days.
Just to comment, John, about the warm-up laps and the fact that it's such a long lap. So 20 minutes or so to the start line from when they set off. And the big challenge, as you can see, these cars are weaving, touching the brakes off and on, trying to keep heating the tyres. We've got an ambient temperature around 15 degrees, quite a stiff breeze going on. So, you know, tyre warmers, you know, before they were out there on the grid, that temperature's long departed. So they are having to work pretty hard all the way around this lap to keep tyre temperature to the line.
The first pace car. The first pace car, a new Porsche 992.2. I noticed as it was sitting on the grid, a car that Peter here is very, very familiar with his work at the original Porsche Experience Centre over at Silverstone in the UK. Now 9, 10, I think there's now 11 worldwide. I've been to a couple in the States and had some fun yet to experience some of the ones further afield. So the Grand Prix circuit, and then on to the Hatzenbach, downhill into the left-hander, big curb on the outside there. The Hatzenbach I love, because that's very much a rhythm part, and the foxhole, man, that's an awesome part of the track, flat out in a GT car.
Indeed. I mean, it's funny, people come off the Nordschleife, you know, back to the Grand Prix, and you kind of breathe a sigh of relief that you made it through, because there's such a difference in the characters of the Grand Prix part of the whole Nürburgring loops and the Nordschleife itself. You know, there are some absolutely iconic corners, Carousel, Hatzenbach, you know, Flugplatz. There are jumps, cars are off the ground with all 4 tyres on a regular basis. And Hatzenbach is interesting because it's an immediate kind of introduction to the difference. You don't get any sort of gentle build-up into the Nordschleife. No. You're right there straight away through Sabine Schmidt's down into Hatzenbach. You're suddenly in this valley, trees all around, very big gradients, very big change of direction, and a very narrow track.
And very, very quick down the Dottinger Höhe, slipstreaming opportunity there, slipstreaming. No pass flaps like you have in Formula 1, but you do get a real advantage sitting behind particularly a GT3 car. They make a big hole in the air.
sagen, es ist nur ein Auto, aber wir sagen, es ist Herzblut, Schweiß und Perfektion. Denn wenn du schraubst, dann zählt jeder Millimeter. Dann bist du in deinem Element. Du willst mehr als nur fahren. Du willst es fühlen. Die volle Kontrolle. Eine optimale Straßenlage. Wir wissen genau, was dich antreibt. Denn wir teilen die gleiche Leidenschaft. Egal ob auf der Straße oder auf der Rennstrecke. Wir sind immer an deiner Seite. Wir sind H&R. Offizieller Partner der Nürburgring Langstrecken Serie.
Faltenreifen. Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans,
besucht uns auf unseren Social-Media-Kanälen.
follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram.
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
A 4-hour contest winding through the hills, the countryside, the villages and the towns of the Eifel region. This track opened in 1927, started to be built some 2 or 3 years before that, ostensibly for 2 reasons, actually for 3 reasons. First of all, to take racing off the roads. The old Eifel races around here, the Eifel running on the roads, were getting very, very dangerous in the mid-1920s. Secondly, as a quantitative easing project to provide some work for local artisans, the sort of infrastructure project that probably would never get started, never mind finished today anywhere in the world. And thirdly, not necessarily as a full-time racetrack, but to provide a test facility that mirrored the local roads and conditions for the then nascent car industry here in Germany. And in fact, just to the left of where the cars are on the Dottinger Höhe now, not the immediate road to the left, but the next one across is Gottlieb Daimler Straße, named after one of the early pioneers of global motoring and automotive. And Gottlieb Daimler Straße has a whole bunch of fairly anonymous-looking buildings on there, which are test centres for Aston Martin, for tyre companies, for major manufacturers all around the world who get access to the Nürburgring Nordschleife and what are called industry days to test their cars, to test their products, whether it's Bilstein shock absorbers or various tyre manufacturers. They're all here because this is considered the biggest test for any part of the car. And since 1927, it has been challenging the cars, drivers, technicians, engineers and parts suppliers in its own very specific way. It is unique. It is a challenge like no other. And in 2 minutes' time, or thereabouts, minute and a half, we'll get the first group of the faster cars off. 3 different groups, starting at 3-minute intervals. We'll reset the clock when everybody gets started, so those 3-minute time gaps disappear. But what it does mean is that the guys at the front will get a lap without any traffic, and from then on, traffic will be a key point of what is going on. So the Porsche, number 3, leading them out as they are coming round one of the Falcon cars. Then the red and gold car will line up alongside. They'll come into 2x2 formation now. It's the number 48. Now we're seeing them start to pull together. Ford Mustang in there is the white car with the blue stripes. Driver's right, the pit wall side is the pole position because the first corner is a right-hander. We turn hard right through what is affectionately called that Haug hook, which is the Mercedes-Benz arena properly. We have a slightly different version of the track, and then halfway down the hill to a tight right-handed hairpin, so we're only doing about a third of the Grand Prix circuit. Welcome to the Nürburgring Nordschleife for round 7 of the Nürburgring Long Distance Series, a double-header weekend, 4 hours on the clock, and we're racing. And it's a nice clean start at the front of the field, but already the Mustang using the big V8 engine to pull up alongside a pair of Porsches, nips into second place, dives to the inside. That's a smashing manoeuvre. That's the white car with the blue stripes. The pole sitter looks like he got a decent run in the second of the Falcon cars coming through as well there. That's the number 4 car, the Ben Löchter machine. Comes through into third, so a horrible start from the outside of the front row from the number 48 Porsche. That car's dropped down to 4th position. Now, let's just remind ourselves, this is an endurance, not a sprint. It will be run as a sprint in terms of the pace, but you have to remember, as they go around the shortened part of the Grand Prix circuit for the first time, and then straight into the S's at the top of the hill, you have to remember that this is a 4-hour race. 6 or 7 laps on a tank of fuel for these cars at the front of the field, but you might see some people coming in after 3 or 4 because there's a somewhat complicated algorithm about how long you must stop in the pit lane depending on how many laps you've done. We'll try and ignore that until it gets to the end, when it will balance it out. The stagger will unwind. If you're just joining us, welcome along. If this is your first experience of the Nürburgring, prepare to be entertained. I'm John Hindhoff. Alongside me is Peter Kate. First set of cars off, no dramas at turn 1. The second group of 50 or so cars coming to the line. And this is where you would normally be, Peter. And indeed, this is where Max is as well in the number 980.
That's right. I was just noticing still, you know, the Mustang weaving, trying to get some heat in the tyres. These cars approaching the line. As soon as the lights go green, they can go. They're going to have some trouble slowing down for turn 1. They're going to have some trouble to maintain temperature. It's like half a lap around the Nordschleife before they're really up to speed. And look how congested it is. You're going to have 3, 4, 5 cars abreast sometimes in the midfield here. It's so critical. You can see Max there on power, just looking like he's dropping back. That's simply because he's in that car with the restricted power for this permit application that he's gone for. But as it gets into the twisty parts, I'm sure he's going to pick up some places back again.
Stays down to the inside, out of the way. Very smart indeed. This is not about a result. This is not about a podium. It's not about setting a lap time. It is about completing laps to the satisfaction of the race director. He's got to do 14 laps and get 2 race results. It's number 980, the stylised Red Bull car, ahead of that BMW M3 GT4 in the blue and black. Into the hairpin again. Max staying off the racing line there, as he knows that this is not his race. His race will be the 27th of September. Should he get through this unscathed, he'll be in a Emil Frey run GT3 car, mixing it with the guys who started 3 minutes ago. Right now, it's about fulfilling the regulations. Front of that group is one of the Porsche Caymans. It's the number 718 that has got away and actually pulled a decent gap to the rest of the field. Still one more group to go. And for the first time in race trim. Max Verstappen is on the Nordschleife, heading down to Sabine Schmidt's curve and onto the Hatzenbach for his first racing laps on the Nordschleife. Do you remember your first racing laps on the Nordschleife, Peter Kate?
Yeah, I remember them. It was in a car that unfortunately had been damaged in qualifying, and so we were running a standard road car diff, and it was a bit of an understeering nightmare. But looking at Max here, you know, as we said, he's going to start picking up and pressuring the cars around him through the twisty parts. The challenge he's got is the edges of the track look still damp to me. Just on that outlap, you could see it.
Well, we saw on the grids that some of the cars, even at the sharp end of the field, were still running wet weather tyres. It looks dry-ish, but the problem with a track of this length is you will get different conditions all the way around the circuit, and you have to be there or thereabouts everywhere. It can be very, very dangerous indeed. Touring cars coming to the line for the third and final group now, headed by the Audi, and already, now this is interesting, seeing a BMW here coming into the pit lane. I reckon they're going to change. I bet they were on wet weather tyres, 60k in the pit lane, and there's a number of cars out of Group 3. They're 6 minutes later than the first group of cars, Peter. The sun's out, and they've made the decision now that it is dry enough on the far reaches of the Nürburgring Nordschleife that slick tyres could be the order of the day.
Yeah, you've got a long stint here. These cars are going to be doing 7, 8, 9 laps depending on the fuel tank capacity and range.
So that's an hour and a half for these guys.
An hour and a half, and you're going to be looking at, you know, the average here. So it may be that you have to be a little circumspect in the early laps. You know, your tyres are cold anyway, but you've got to watch. You're going to lose some time on the first lap because of traffic. You're not going to set your quicker laps right now, full fuel with all the traffic around you. But you want to think about those latter parts of the stint and have the tyres that you need for that.
Hyundai Elantra coming through, front-wheel drive cars and rear-wheel drive cars in there. See one of the Toyota Supra GT4s in there. Now that's a rear drive car. A couple of the more standard looking Caymans, even without the racing rear wing. Obviously the front wheel drive 300 plus horsepower touring cars have an advantage in getting their front tyres up to temperature. We have had World Touring Car races around here supporting the 24 hours with, I think I'm right in saying, a 3-lap race. We had them round here. Recalibrate your mind completely. This Audi is a great story. It looks pretty standard, doesn't it? And that's because it's pretty standard. Actually, the guys who run that car are massive racing enthusiasts. They prep the cars themselves. It's a second generation effort, and they've been running here for many years. Had a good crawl around that car at the Nürburgring 24 and kept an eye on it. It won its class at the Nürburgring 24, and it will absolutely be in the position to do that as they come round here. So the Cup 3 class, a couple of drivers that you have been partnered with before, Peter, the Harley Houghton and Heiko Eichenberg in the number 959. I bet they wish it was a 959 with all-wheel drive, if you know your Porsches. They're leading the Cup 3 class. That is the Verstappen class. The 962, that's the Stegman, Reimer, Berdansky car. And in third, it's the Silver, Fubrick and Sandberg. Good to see Sandberg back in racing here. Another stalwart of this, as the leading cars are already. So there we've seen, Peter, 3 classes. The third class just going on to the Nordschleife, and here comes the starting group number 1.
Yep. So they're going to be into half around the next lap. They're going to be into the back of that that last group.
The Mustang's made its way through into second, through the final chicane. Just that little sting in the tail, down the hill and up the other side before you're starting to brake after you've gone under the Bilstein Bridge, which the Bilstein Bridge is a left kink. You actually you try not to turn the wheel, is what I was told all those years ago by Chris Porritt. Just look at the inside of the corner and your eyes will take you around. You want as little lock on there as possible. You don't want to scrub off any speed.
Yeah, indeed. I think we're going to see a change for the lead pretty soon. I think through the Nordschleife, the Mustang was definitely with the upper hand. The Porsche is pulling away on the GP loop, but just give it another lap on the Nordschleife. I think the Mustang's going to be right there.
Yeah, the Ford Mustang. I think it is one of a very few, perhaps even the only one of the GT cars where you could start with your road car, doing track days, go up through the Ford Experience Days, through Ford's Mustang Challenge, Ford Mustang Cup, Ford Mustang Challenge, GT4, GT3, and basically the centre section of the car is identical, all turned out at the Flat Rock assembly plant in North America. Mustang Challenge in the US coming to its finale in a start of next month on Charlotte Motor Speedway's Roval with the NASCARs. This is a GT3 version of the Mustang, and it is Frank Stippler that we decided was in that car, didn't we? We saw him getting in at the start. Meantime, as the cars come through the 5 timing loops, looking down on one of the Mühlner Motorsport blue and white cars, and then the very easy to spot Red Bull livery car. I suspect we'll be seeing more of Cup 3 than we normally do this weekend. The Lion Speed car went across the line in 45th position and 6th in its class. Will have lost some positions. That's one of the Mühlner Motorsport blue and white H&R supported cars just ahead of it. This very much looks like yesterday afternoon when I was watching Max Verstappen doing his follow laps. Had to follow a similar car around and then was waved by to do some leading. 8 laps completed yesterday, passed his exam in the classroom. And that is not a foregone conclusion, by the way. As we've mentioned, it's a very, very different set of regulations than that which Max will be used to in Formula One. And there are some specific regulations to this particular circuit, Peter. And you've got to redo your test every year, don't you? The classroom part of it, at least. Indeed.
And it's not the easiest of tests to do, particularly if you're not a native German speaker, because the questions that they ask are translated direct from German, and it's not always exactly straightforward what the correct or the best answer would be, but it's a combination of questions and video type analysis, and it's very, very important because a lot of people who come here may have a huge amount of experience elsewhere, but this circuit, as we've said many times, is unique, and the multi-class system is unique, so the rules for passing, for dealing with traffic, for dealing with the code 60 or 120 speed limits are unique here, so you really need to know what you're looking for before you get into that kind of situation.
Number 948 is the Luxembourg sponsored machine of Black Falcon. They've got a huge amount of experience here, and that was a position just lost there to one of the Audis coming through. I think that was the Equipe Vitesse car with the number 50 car coming through. So 8:33 for that Cup car. Again, 992 GT3 Cup is what you would see in Porsche Carrera Cup around the world and Porsche Super Cup. Just coming now, is there a yellow flag down there? No, just coming down the hill to the bridge, which goes over the main street of ADAC. Just either side. Big party there on the Nürburgring 24 weekends to close the street off and have the cars driving through. Always a great atmosphere. Now climbing up towards the infamous, and people call it the Niki Lauda corner now, effectively the corner that ended Formula One here when Niki Lauda had that horrible incident that nearly cost him his life.
and it's a tricky corner. The trees there from the Lauder curve through Bergwerk and up the hill tend to overhang the track, so when it's been wet as it was this morning, that damp tends to hang around for far longer in that section than it does in the more exposed areas of the track. So, you know, as the cars pass through there, you're going to see the guys, even though they've got their tyres up to temperature, they're running on slicks clearly. That's where, you know, it starts to get a little tricky.
Hello, if you're just joining us, the leaders have completed a lap, and we are 15 minutes in. It is not your standard racing circuit. Thanks for joining us here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels and on the Nürburgring World Feed. VLN, every single race live for you, free for you across the world. Front of start Group 3 with that red Audi, the S3 touring car effectively. Now, Ferrari 296 GT3 heading up the hill, just come out of Bergwerk through the sweeping left-handers, climbing all the time here, so crucial to keep the minimum speed up. There's a couple of corners coming up which are left-handers where you absolutely cannot touch the inside curb. And this is Klaus Abelen, who made history with us. I don't think this is the same chassis that won a couple of years ago. First ever win for Ferrari in all of the history. Huge achievement for Klaus, who did it without any factory drivers. Klaus, a local businessman, has his race shop pretty much within driving distance of the front end of the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and his business is meat products, and you'll see them all over Germany, and that's the sponsor Frikadelli. And of course, for many years and until her untimely demise, was the other half of Sabine Schmitz. They met through racing. Sabine is still the only female to win at the Nürburgring in that BMW many years ago. And Klaus Abelen, having missed most of last season and the early part of this, he's been concentrating on his historic driving where he's got a couple of lovely old Porsches, including a very rapid 962. Talking to us earlier in the week, telling us that this is the prelude to a much improved and extended NLS and N24 outing for this car next year, where he promised us an all-star driving team. Now, if Klaus says that, he will not under-deliver. I will tell you that now. Now, is that a change of lead then as they go through? That looked to me as though the Mustang has gone through in the lead there.
I think it was actually separated by a back marker. I think the Falcon car put that BMW between them.
Correct.
Smart move, because I think the Mustang down the Dottinger had a big speed advantage on the first lap. So keeping that back marker between them was a good move. Yeah,
he is the Ford in the sandwich. He's the filling with the two Porsche Falcon cars as the slices of bread, and this is the battle a little bit further down for 5th and 6th.
Just lost a winglet there, I see.
That's Christian Cronjes in the Aston Martin. Now, how important are those aero devices then on these GT3 cars that Christian's just peeled off the right-hand side, and one of the right-hand side on the Car Collection Motorsport blue car ahead of him?
Yeah, they're important. I mean, the dive planes or canards, depending where you come from, they'll make quite a difference at high speed. It's really the high-speed braking areas, just to knock the speed off into some of the faster corners, and to carry that speed through. For example, the corner you were talking about earlier, John, the Dottinger straight is preceded by Galgenkopf, very, very fast, right-hander downhill. That's when you need them.
On the formation lap, that Porsche, the Car Collection car, with Alex Fontana behind the wheel, was exceptionally slow. And it's picked up now, as we've just been talking about, battling for position at the sharp end of the field. I think that was a complete reset by Alex there. He stopped the car. Let's see if the lights go out. Well, the lights didn't go out, but he certainly made some adjustment. And I presume he retook his place in line, because he's right up there scrapping. This is number 44 we're talking about, scrapping and holding on to 5th position.
He is allowed to recover his place as long as he doesn't fall behind the last person in that group.
Right. fixed. So that is one of the few rules that's similar to quote-unquote normal circuit racing. This track, such a variety of corners, of even of surfaces here. So this is the 777 Audi, the Sharky racing car that we were talking about, and coming through Brunchen now, often called YouTube corner because it's a good place to stand there, and still not comfortable loading up the outside wheels on the curbs there. Normally, as you come through that right-hander and start to climb the hill, there's block paving just on the left-hand side of the red and white curbs, Peter, and you'd normally be all over that.
Yeah, car to car. Some of them can do it in qualifying. If they do it every lap, particularly TCR, you know, they can knock their suspension out. They have to be a little circumspect in the race. In a VLN or NLS race such as we're watching, it's less of an issue. But in a 24-hour race, certainly, hammering that curb every time, particularly if you're then hard on the gas off the curb, is when you start damaging drive shafts and such like.
Now, hearing that also Klaus Abelen was a little bit late on parade, actually, in that Ferrari 296. So that's why, if you've got the timing is available. If you just search VLN or NLS Nordschleife, it's on the front page, the live timing, and the ticker's on there as well. It is in German, but you'll be able to read most of it. Klaus Abelen then started way outside the top 50. He's already up to 46th and 4th in the SP9 AM class. We'll give you some updates in the variety of classes as we get through them. But they're all fighting for their own races out there. There's close to 20 different classes here this weekend in the 116 or so starters that we had, and we've got a penalty coming in as well for the Valkenhorst Motorsport Aston. I think that must have been for that contact. I'll wait to hear from race control about that. What were you noticing, Peter?
I just looking at the excellent battle in Cup 3 at the front there, which is the car I was in the 24 hours. Actually, that's why I had my eyes on it. Harley Horton driving the 959.
That's the silver, yellow and black car?
The one behind.
Sorry, it's the Milner car, isn't it?
Indeed,
Yeah,
and he's looking like he's going to have a go at the car that's right in front of him, the 962.
And that's the W&S Motorsport car. Max in elegant isolation, exactly as he would like to be. Probably humming tunes to himself at the moment. Track limits there, is he on the Grand Prix circuits? That won't be being looked at for anybody. Headlights on, and look how standard that car looks. If you go down to your local Porsche dealer and you're fortunate enough to be able to get on a list for a GT4, actually, you'd have to be quick because you can't do that now. They've just stopped making them. Here comes the leaders through the Caracciolo carousel, the large carousel, heading out to the furthest part away from the pit lane. And Julian Andler has got Frank Stippler large in his mirrors. Stippler having to ride a curb that you would not normally use there and lost a bit of time. Andler made the best of the traffic there, Peter, and traffic management for these GT cars with no mandatory move over after 3 blue flag rule. In fact, quite the reverse. The race director would tell us the slower cars, don't move over, stay on your line, be predictable.
Absolutely that. And it's, you know, obviously frustrating for the GT3 drivers. They've got their competitor big in their mirrors. They think every last 10 counts. And they want to move forward. So you're going to see incredible frustration, as you're seeing right now with Frank getting balked halfway through there. But it'll play back the other way. I'm sure the Vulcan car will be held up in a minute as well.
At RSL_studio, if you want to get in touch on X, formerly Twitter. Peter Kate speaking with me, John Hindorf, in the Global Broadcast Centre for our live free coverage. 112 cars, I reckon, started. We had nearly 120 on the entry list, but not everybody who practices on the Friday or indeed even qualified this morning always come to race. So the leaders now coming out of the second, the small carousel, the kleiner carousel, and heading towards this tricky 3 pressure corner, 3 apex corner, the Gallows Hill, the Galbenkopf Hill corner onto the long Dottiger Hohe. Now look at your instruments, stretch your fingers, shuffle around in your seat. Make sure that you're very happy. The second of the Falcon cars still in the hunt there, but the top 3 have pulled away a little bit. 3 seconds back to the number 48 Black Falcon Porsche in third, which is the first of the SP9, the GT3, if you will. AM-class cars, just see that in the background. That's the gold and red cars. Then the first of the Pro-Am cars is that car collection number 44. The Alex Fontana car, that was the one that got a little ding from the Valkenhorst Aston Martin, and that is the battle for SP9 Pro-Am. The cars, broadly speaking, in SP9 running to the same performance potential. The different categories are all down to the makeup of the driving team. As we come side by side down in the first corner on the Grand Prix circuit. He's got the overlap. The BMW on the outside might just cause a problem. He might get the cut back. Does he do it? Nice bit of defensive driving by Julian Andlauer there. Made sure that he gave room on the outside, but got to the apex first. And now they'll be cutting through the traffic here into the hairpin, going downhill, tricky downhill braking into the hairpin, coming up the next left-hander as they go all the way off onto the other part of the circuit, now down through the gears. Still looking a bit greasy on the inside there, the Mustang in particular not looking great. Here's the penalty from race control. Now this is something that you will know if you watch MotoGP. That is basically a penalty loop rather than a drive-through, and it was for contact at the second corner on the Grand Prix circuit. Just clipped the back of the number 44 car collection Porsche, and diving down the inside where there was no gap. And it wasn't heinous, but they've clamped down on that. They're not going to completely ruin his race. They've given him a long lap penalty. It's cost him a little bit of real estate, and he'll be feeling slightly chastened by that.
Yeah, and it's tricky also because the edge of the track is still a little bit damp. That penalty lane is not part of the racing line, so it will have been a little greasy, hence he looked very slow coming out of that. Just going back to the battle for the lead, it's interesting to me the 2 Falcon cars have come together closer and closer as we've been going through here, and it looks to me like the lead car was held up a little bit, and that's what gave the Mustang the opportunity. But now we've got the Falcon car trying to muscle his way forward.
Yeah, it's Tim Heinemann in the second of the Falcon cars trying to get second position as Frank Stippler came across a wall of other traffic. This is Nürburgring Nordschleife racing. This is why it's different to anywhere else in the world. Those cars all having their own battle do not have to give way to what's going on. Tim Heinemann's actually got eine schwarze Flag mit oranger Scheibe, which is the black and orange disc, which means the Americans call that the meatball. It means that he's got an issue with the car, and it is no GPS signal. All of these cars have a GPS locator, so there can be no complaints or appeal for anybody who is caught speeding in a slow zone or a code 60 or a code 120. And those regulations for track issues are and those penalties are mandated and are taken very seriously. Indeed, we have seen people thrown out in the middle of a race. They have had basically been told to come back to the pits and hand the car over to their teammates. They have had their permit to drive on the Nordschleife revoked in the middle of the race. When that happens, you have to go back through the school again. That's how important these regulations are. You can get points on your license, the DMSB license as well. It doesn't necessarily affect any FIA license that you've got, but this, again, we have to keep saying this is a special circuit, and specific regulations are required to make these races run the way they do, Peter.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's there for everyone's safety, of course, and to keep the race flowing. They could adopt different rules with safety cars, as you mentioned, but it tends to interrupt the racing, especially if it's a lengthy safety car, as we've seen, say, at Le Mans. What we've got here is racing continues, and you may have a section of barrier repair, but it keeps the flow going.
Well, you've got a 25-kilometre Nürburgring Nordschleife. Forget what the version of the Grand Prix track we use. What would be the point of neutralising the whole circuit if you've only got 800 metres of the track that you need to go slowly on? And that's the thinking here, Peter, isn't it?
Indeed. And that's why there's a big concern about some of these cars, like the Heinemann car, GPS not working, because they can't be tracked through the speed limited sections.
Yeah.
And it's all done and judged by GPS.
Being asked to have the 777 team manager to the stewards room. Now, that was the Audi that we saw in the pits. That wasn't the car that started on pole position, but they had some problems. It is the TCR Goodyear class, of which there are 3 cars entered. The Goroyan IAT by Shaky Racing Machine. So that's Artur Goroyan, Oleg Kvitka and Danny Brink. That is never a good sign when the team manager's being asked to turn up to the office. The other thing about the Nürburgring Nordschleife and racing here that is very different is the fueling. Now, we haven't had that yet. Obviously, with 4 hours, there'll be 3 pit stops minimum for the cars at the front of the field. There is a calculation of how many laps to how long your mandatory pit stop time is. So you will not see people rushing around at the pit stops. The reason for that, and if you're new to this, and I accept many of you are, hello, welcome to the most incredible racing in the world on the most difficult racetrack. The reason is that not every pit box has its own fill, or not every car rather has its own fuel filler. There are normal trigger pumps like you would get in your normal fuel station on the street, and they are positioned in between each of the boxes. Each box can have up to 8 cars working in it. There won't be that many. I think there'll be 4 or 5 in most of the boxes here with the number of cars that we've got, and you have to share. And there's a bit of a gentleman's agreement about how that works, but the reason that you have a minimum pit stop time is quite clearly not all of those standard pumps will pump at the same rate. So to not disadvantage anyone or give advantage to anyone, if you've done 3 laps, then there is a mandatory minimum pit stop time. If it's 4, it's a bit longer. If it's 5, it's a bit longer. To 6, a bit longer. Until we get to the end of the race, and then your last pit stop, you're working back from the end of the pit stop, of the checkered flag rather, to your pit stop rather than from your last pit stop. It's a bit complex, but honestly, it works, and it makes it fairer for everybody.
It also brings in elements of strategy, because if you're in a class, a kind of a one-make class, and you realise that everybody's going to stop after lap 7, it may make sense to stop after lap 6, even though you've still got some fuel in the tank, just so that you're not waiting for a pump. It shouldn't be you're waiting for a pump, but there are more cars than pumps, so you do actually end up with...
And you will actually get a slightly shorter stop doing that, if you can still make it to the end. We see in these 4-hour races, it's a bit easier in the N24, because everybody will pretty much do a full fuel run to start with. And also, of course, the amount of fuel that you put in depends on when you stop as well. So there's a sliding scale for that. At the front of the field, we have seen these 4-hour races, rather than being split into the hour mark. You might actually see somebody come in after 4 or 5 laps rather than 6 or 7 laps. With it, we're still not... Oh, actually, we've got some sub-8-minute laps there just come in for the first time, Peter. So it is getting dry out there.
There's definitely a line.
And it's 7 minutes 56 for Julian Andlau, the awesome Porsche driver, works driver. At 7:56, we're getting down to business in terms of the lap time. Now, I was about to say, if we're not doing fast laps, then you're not burning as much fuel, but getting an extra lap here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife is nigh on impossible.
Yeah, absolutely. Just in case people are very much aware of what Nordschleife lap record times look like, the reason that 7:56 is quick here is because we've added on, of course, the whole Grand Prix loop.
Yeah.
So when we're looking at the well-published car manufacturer laps around the Nordschleife, that is the Nordschleife only, it's missing the additional 2.5 miles or so of Grand Prix loop that is tacked onto this particular format.
When you consider that the fastest competition lap ever by the great Stefan Beloff in what was then effectively, it was a Le Mans top-class prototype, and these GT3 cars are spending probably only 15 or 20 seconds longer than that now on the Nürburgring. That, the old, just over 6 minutes was Beloff's lap in the race, and I mean, that to me now, I accept it's been resurfaced, we've got different tyre technology, but these are cars that are built on street cars. Absolutely incredible what we are seeing here. And the sunshine in the background down the Dottinger Höhe as the battles at the front of the TCR field come through, interspersed with the Cup class cars as well, the Porsche GT3 Cup class cars, the 992.1s. There is a brand new 992, what's called an Evo actually, that is being released. We'll see that next year. And here's the battle for second through traffic, and Stippler has got Tim Heinemann right up his tailpipes. Stippy cutting his way through traffic at the moment and trying to work out where these cars are going to go. Remember, the slower cars, they are not being told to pull over. There will be blue flags waving as they're just going down through into the foxhole now. And there's one line here, and this, even in a road car on a tourist lap, is absolutely terrifying, Peter.
Absolutely. Sixth gear, flat out through the compression at the bottom. You can practically feel your jaw hitting your knees as you go through it, and then up in through the left, and the left has a high curb on it now,
yes,
which you can't take, so that makes that corner tighter. Then straight down into a second gear, left, right, here, Adenauer forced, and then accelerating out into the sunshine where it's a little bit drier.
This part of the circuit, so out of Adenauer forced, through the little kink, this left-hander, you don't take the first part, you cut into the apex of the second, then you're climbing uphill. So this helps you with your slowing down. Over the top of the rise, you plunge down into one of my favourite parts of the circuit here. Really late apex, in fact, didn't get to the apex there, Stippy. Short shift here normally, particularly when it's a bit dodgy. This bit here, Peter, crucial part of the lap.
Absolutely. So that little spiel curve there, and then into what we call miss, hit, miss. After the apexes, missed the first, hit the middle, missed the last, and then down into Verstappen. Very, very slow corner, very steep downhill, hard to get the front end turned in. But what you're really looking for is early on the power all the way down to Adenauer Bridge.
Is the braking point still a little road on the right-hand side that comes in about there?
Yeah, I mean, you try to. Some cars, it's harder. It depends on the weight of the car and the speed you're approaching.
But used to be a nice change of surface just as they came through that right-hander that you could gauge where you were lifting. Not even really a full brake there, but that's all been resurfaced recently, as a lot of it has.
Indeed, indeed. And as I said earlier in the broadcast, I mean, we've got some full-width resurfacing, but some is only half-width on the apex side. And you've got to know what you're looking at, because there's additional grip, obviously, from different ages of tarmac. But if it's wet, it doesn't mean that the newer tarmac's necessarily grippier. So
Stippy has, for the moment, been able to repel the attentions of Tim Heinemann. And I just wonder if they've managed to somehow kick-start the car that the GPS on that car that he shares with Ben Leuchter.
Can't see it.
No, so it's not showing on our GPS. If you are equipped with an Apple device, if you look up GPS Auge, GPS I that is in German, AUGE, then you will be able to follow all the GPS signals if you want to particularly follow Max Verstappen and see his progress around the whole of the circuits. You can isolate that car by putting in number 980, and as I said, there'll probably be more interest in that class than normally, the Cup 3 class, although it generally gives us a decent run. He's running as guest in that class and 14th at the moment. Qualified 6th in the line spoke cars, dropped back to 14th. This is not about his position. It's about getting the laps in. He's done 3 of his mandatory 14 and 2 race results. His best lap is a 9:02.8 against the best lap in the class of, let me see, it'll be up here somewhere. Yeah, it's Harley Horton. So now, so did Harley must have started the car then. Yep. An 8:41.1 and a 9:02.8 for Max. But remember, Max running a slightly detuned car as the regulations dictate, so that he can upgrade. He didn't have to drive one of these cars. He could have driven one of the touring cars and run at full power with a 300 horsepower TCR. He could have run at full power. I think this is a sensible choice, Peter. Yeah. A lot of people did it in the Aston Martin days, down-tuned one of the V8 Vantages, because it's more relevant experience for him. Rear-wheel drive, mid-engine, nice, safe, secure, good balanced platform.
I think there were some well-publicised comments on what Max thinks of front-wheel drive a few weeks ago. That might have influenced his decision slightly. But I also think that, you know, the Cayman is a very well-balanced car.
Yeah. And it's a known entity.
It's a known entity. It's very, very reliable, he said, touching wood. But we've got a situation where, you know, he wants something that's going to get him to his 14 laps, then he needs to get his permit. He doesn't want to have something that's, you know, is going to fail on him, but it's also something that will be relatively predictable, whether it's wet or dry.
Hearing from out in the country that the Franz Linden, Rutger Schichten, Alexander Fehlenbach, number 955, Cayman GT4 Club Sport, have come to a halt in the Kiddebach Hurt with a technical defect, is all I can tell you at the moment. That is a long way from home, that car. And
2 teammates of mine from 2023 in that class, and Alex in particular, very, very quick.
Now, that is not necessarily the end of their race. Again, I'm very cognizant that there are people here for whom this will be their first experience of watching this type of racing. And that car could be towed back. And it could be towed back, if it's able to, on the track. It could be put on a flatbed and brought back on the track surface. It would be covered by a follow car and some white flags showing that there's a vehicle, slow-moving vehicle on the track. It is encouraged to try and get cars back into the race here. Probably not going to help them in a 4-hour race other than to get some more laps around the Nordschleife. But the general mantra here is different from, say, the Le Mans 24 hours where no outside assistance is allowed. That would disqualify you. The philosophy here, Peter, is if you can get it back and fix it, do that and get back out in the race. We want to see you out there.
Definitely, and some of the earlier races I did here, we had a map in the car showing the exits that we should try to get to, where the team could actually meet us and fix minor problems trackside, so that we could rejoin. There are other areas where it's inaccessible and you're basically trapped and stuck. So that was always the goal, to kind of roll the car down to an exit point.
At RSL_studio on X Twitter, if you want to get in touch with Peter, Kate and me, John Hindhaugh. So the battle between the Aston and the number 44, that's the Valkenhurst Aston and the Car Collection 44 Porsche, after the fastest lap of the class in the SP9 Pro-Am by Christian Kronz. Despite him doing his penalty loop, he's now up into 5th position. That was for 5th and 6th, if you remember. And the lead in SP9 Pro-Am, Alex Fontana, though, in that blue and red Porsche GT3, is holding on to the shades of green Aston. And that, I mean, you've got experience of the Aston, the previous version to that
Indeed.
car. Yeah. And that's a front engine car, but we kind of call it a front mid-engine car, because it's pushed a long way back, that front engine, isn't it? Same
that's
as
right.
That.
Yeah, that's right. Beautifully balanced car, and it was developed over such a long period. Lots of input, Aston Martin ProDrive, over many different series, and it's been a very successful car for them in many championships. But, you know, for me, Aston have a soft spot for Aston, of course, being British, and to see them succeeding around the Nordschleife is something very, very special.
This is very interesting. With just on 44 minutes gone, or 5 laps completed, we are seeing the first of the stops. Jutta Racing have brought the number 8 Audi in from SP9 Pro-Am 3rd position. So that looks a little bit like an early stop, but remember they had the formation lap, and they are now playing the timing game. So keep an eye on that number 8. They've made their pit stop first. They'll put a brand new set of tyres on, that slick tyres from their chosen manufacturer that is going on there. They are Michelin tyres going on there. Also the Cup 2 Pro, so that is your 911 Carrera Cup cars. The top 4 have all come in after 5 laps. So that's the 2 Müllner cars. Oh no, check that actually. The 904 stayed out. So the Müllner car that was leading, the 948, the 48 Losch Motorsport car, and the K Kramer at number 929, they've come in. So 3 out of the top 4 have come in. The second place car, which was the Müllner number 904, will have taken the lead of that class, and they are on a different strategy. Meantime, 2nd, 3rd and 4th out of the was that the Kleiner Carousel?
Verstappen.
Verstappen, excuse me. Oh yes, coming down to the bridge now. Decent crowd here in the sunshine, as there tends to be. Very good value weekend this, with 2 races.
Great place to watch there as well.
Yeah, you see the cars working.
You're not sitting behind a big chicken wire fence miles from the track. You can see everything. You can see the whites of their eyes down there.
Grandstand access, paddock access, and the grid walk all included in the. And I think it was €30 per day for this weekend.
We may see a change here
for 3rd place. And this is the Black Falcon car. This the gold and red car. A little bit of bump drafting on the back of Tim Heinemann's car. He's held off. This is an extremely fast and dangerous part of the track. There's 0 runoff here, almost like a street circuit. If you hit that grass, you're going to hit the 3-layer metal barrier through the left-hander at mid curve. Still climbing here. Right-hander coming, and Stippy's going to make a dive down the inside. The next right-hander coming up is the bottom of a very... He had to defend there. And look to the left there. That is the old test hill that rejoins on the other side of the track at the exit of the Caracciolo Carousel. Boact, yeah. Still concrete on the inside and very, very bumpy around there.
So the top of that hill climb you mentioned, Stahlstrecke, it's worth having a stand and having a look down the steepness. It wasn't how quickly you could get up it was whether you could get up it.
Correct. Back in the 1920s and 1930s, It was the test hill, if you will. Now, this middle section out in the country, this is the one that takes the time to learn, I reckon, because there's so much here, Peter, that looks the same.
Yeah, and a lot of camber change. Some of the curbs over the years have become usable, some less so. But just look at this, over the top of the brow here, trying to keep the car to the right because you've got an immediate double apex left. You're trying to bring the car in, definitely hit that second apex right here, and then dropping down into that right-hander. The car wants to understeer or oversteer, depending what you're driving, and then straight away back up again. He's got held up here, but you've got a lot of runoff on the left that you can use straight into the ice curve. Left-hander
so cold because in the winter races, it's under the trees, and that's the last place to thaw. And honestly, it is incredible to see these guys going through here, through the fog, through the rain, and still with a little bit of frost or ice on the circuit.
It's also the place you get the sun in your eyes as the dawn 24-hour sun comes up.
Yeah. So this threesome battling for 2nd, 3rd and 4th down through Flansgaard, super quick through here. And what you can't see from some of our TV, and certainly not from the heli shot, is the road has a big camber in the middle because it has to drain. And there's times going through Flansgaard and then through Stefan Belofes where you are crossing from one side to the other of the crown of the road, effectively.
Absolutely. I was watching on the previous lap Tobias Müller coming in the car that's currently running fourth across those cambers. The car's just jumping across the track. There's a big jump anyway at Flansgaard, but in order to get the car positioned for the next curve through the Belofesses, it's literally crossing that camber and hopping sideways. You've got to know that's coming before it happens.
Setting the car up here, obviously it's a race car, so you want it stiff. But too stiff round here is a recipe for disaster. For sure.
And in fact, it's funny, you know, my very early days coming here with British teams who were very, very successful with their cars on, let's call it standard circuits, doing all their testing at, say, Silverstone, Donington, wherever. They come to the Nordschleife and the car's nearly undrivable. First thing they do is soften it up, and that just turns it into a great big jelly. So what you've really got to do is work on the multi sort of rate suspension damping. You know, German teams have been doing this for a long time. A lot of fantastic damping technology these days, and it makes such a difference for sure.
It's Max Verstappen now having completed another lap in that 380 in the Cup 3 category.
Got a double waved yellow I'm seeing at Sabine Schmidt's curve just on the top of Hatzenbach, and they're just approaching that.
Now here is the first of the leading cars making a pit stop. From third, Tim Heinemann. Now remember, that was the car with the problem with the GPS, and there's a battle for second, and it looks like the number 48, Tobias Müller, and the Black Falcon Porsche has got the inside for the hairpin. They don't go straight on there as they do in the 24 hours, and that is a change for second place. But what is significant to me is that Falcon Motorsports, Peter Kate, have split their strategy. One car coming in at the end of 5 laps.
Indeed. And I wonder if the double yellow was influencing that, because they're just approaching that double yellow.
And the GPS issue, possibly.
Possibly that too. So they're just approaching at the end of the GP loop. We're going to turn left onto the top of the Nordschleife, and that's where the code 120 double waved yellow is. That's going to slow them down, which means in effect the pit stop that's being taken at this point is not such a penalty of time as it would be in a free running lap. So here they come to the double yellow. This is now 120 kilometre speed limit.
So there's no 120 flag, it is double yellow. That signifies 120 kilometres. And there's one of the touring... Oh, now, is that one of the Milner cars? Is that the 955 then that we were talking about earlier on? I thought that had stopped further round. So that is being recovered right there at the moment. It is the 949, so it is one of the Cup cars. That, I'm afraid to say, the 949 is one of the Team Sorg Rennsport cars, isn't it? Yes, it is. Max Eisberg, Kasparanas Vingelis, and Stefan Bayer in the 949, one of the AM-class cars from SRS Team Sorg Rennsport. This battle for second position has been going on for quite a while, and it has just changed to Tobias Müller having gone through. It was for third, but with the pit stop, it's now for second position. And there goes the Heinemann car, but I presume he's got out of that now, and Ben Löchner has got into it with Tim Heinemann.
So if that early stop was any attempt to avoid the code 120, it's backfired a little bit because it's now a code 60 on the top of Hatzenbach.
That's the danger, though, isn't it? And there's one at Her Act as well, further round the circuit, which his competition haven't come to yet. Also in is that the Christian Cronjes car? I think it was the number 34. Aston Martin Valkenhorst. That came in out of the lead, actually. They'd grabbed the lead, hadn't they? But into second. Now, that hasn't shown up as a pit stopper yet, but I'm pretty certain that was 34 in the pit lane. So I'll keep an eye on that. So new second position then is the Black Falcon of Tobias Müller. Second overall, leading in SP9 AM. But for the moment, we'll worry about his overall position. Still tracking that number 980 in the Cup 3 class as Max Verstappen has just hit his fastest lap of the race, a 9:01.410. Still hasn't quite cracked the 9 minutes. That'll be a good target for him. Going to be lapped by the leaders again here, and in fact, no, this is only the first time he's been lapped because he hasn't pitted yet. So drops off the overall lead lap, but stays in his Cup 3 leading group, where he's still on the lead lap, but down in, what did I say he was before? 14th position.
It's really good to see the clips we're seeing of Max. He's maximising the track. He's looking, and Mirrors, he's dealing with the traffic really well. He could have held it out through that last corner before he moved over, but he thought, you know, let them by and slipstream them, and then he passes another back marker himself.
Yep, absolutely. Battle for current second position, and the Mustang gets the drag and then goes round the right-hand side, climbing up the hill. Oh, on the grass just a little bit there for Stippy. His tyres scrambling for grip. So he went through the exit of the Mudka. That is such a commitment part of the track, though, Peter, because you're going uphill actually very steeply there, so you don't want to lift.
No, and I can't say this on air, but the drivers have another name for that corner.
I'm sure.
And it's what you need if you're going to get through there at competitive speed. It's a blind corner. Super quick. It leads into an immediate, then sharp, or not sharp right, but a difficult right, because it's over a crest, and you do feel the car wandering again through that right. So it's a brave part of the track for sure.
Christian Kroijne is out of the Aston Martin, so that was a pit stop for the number 34, and his teammate is in. That is Matteo Villa-Gomez. So Anders Burkhardt, the Norwegian driver, yet to give that car a go. So Mustang back into second place. Let's not forget Julian Andlauer for Falcon in the number 3 car. His teammate's already stopped, and Ben Löchter has got in to the number 4 car.
It's fascinating to see these two cars battle. The quicker
Different
parts,
strengths and weaknesses.
exactly that. The quicker parts of the track, the Mustang seems to have got the legs. The Porsche is, you know, its agility is showing through the twisty bits.
So coming up to 5 minutes before the first hour is completed, and we will get a better idea in a 4-hour race. But remember, 4 hours on the clock, you still have to complete the lap that you're on. So that could be 4:05, maybe as much as 4:08 for the leaders. That could be a bit more. So you cannot be miserly with your fuel. You've got to have enough fuel to do 1 lap extra, however long one lap extra is in time for you. Best lap now, Julian Andlauer at 7:56.2. Actually, Tobias Müller in the AM car, proving what I said in that the performance is there for the AM cars in that gold and red car. 7:56.0, and that is the fastest lap of anybody around here. And in mixed conditions and through traffic, that's a pretty stout lap, Peter, in an SP9 AM car.
Absolutely. Some of the track is bone dry, but as you've seen from the helicopter shots under the trees, there's definitely some wet on the edges, still damp patches here and there. And the problem is these leading cars are forced onto those damp patches because they're making their way through the slower car traffic.
Entirely so. Let's see if the leader comes in this time around. Andlauer is about 9 seconds ahead of these guys, so he'll be coming past the pits any second now, and we'll see if he dives in. This would be the completion of lap number 7. In comes the battle for second, and the leaders in as well just come in ahead. So the top 3 down to 60 kilometers an hour, and so Julian Andlauer staying in the car that he shares with Joel Sturm. Andlauer on Porsche duty at Silverstone in the European Le Mans Series as that championship makes its return to the UK for the first time in a few years, possibly as a precursor to the FIA WEC coming back to the Midland circuit. So top 3 are in the lane. That means now, what we've got to watch now, watch out for Ben Löchter in the number 4 SP9 Pro car. That's the other of the Falcon cars. He made the earlier stop, which would have been a quicker stop, as on the table of how long you have to stop. So we'll wait to see him coming onto the front straight. But these are long stops. These are not rapid stops. They are designed to be safe and to even out any differences in the fuel pumps. Verstappen has gone through to complete another lap. How many laps would you do in a standard Cup car? He's now complete. He's just starting 6th there, Peter.
Yeah, in the dry, 7, maybe 8. You can extend that 8, 9 in the wet. But here, you know, with his 300 horsepower detuned version, I'm actually not sure exactly how far he'd go, but I would estimate, you know, at least a lap further, if not a couple.
Yeah. And let's see if last time around he got under the magic 9-minute barrier, which I'm sure he is aiming for. No, 9:19. So we had
the code 60s.
We had code 60s. So 20 seconds lost there in the code 60 and the code 120s. So that's the difference that they can make. So, and we've now got at the exit of Bergwerk a yellow flag there. Now, if there's been somebody off the track there, that will not be a small incident, because that is again a commitment corner. The 777 Audi team manager asked to go and have a chat with the stewards in office number 5. Don't ask about office number 5. Is back out onto the track and circulating again. That's the 777 RS3 TCR LMS, but they've dropped somewhat out of contention in their TCR class, having dropped a couple of laps to the leaders.
Looks like the Bergwerk yellow flag has gone, so it must have been a quick incident.
Yeah.
But we're certainly still seeing a long code 60 at Hohe now 3 Marshall stations with the code 60 in that section.
So there goes the leader, as it was when he came into the pit lane. So that now is on to his 7th lap. Check that. That's onto that's 7 laps completed. My apologies. Yeah. So onto his 8th lap. So they might be able to. I'm not sure. 2nd place, however.
Sie sagen, es ist nur ein Auto, aber wir sagen, es ist Herzblut, Schweiß und Perfektion. Denn wenn du schraubst, dann zählt jeder Millimeter. Dann bist du in deinem Element. Du willst mehr als nur fahren. Du willst es fühlen. Die volle Kontrolle. Eine optimale Straßenlage. Wir wissen genau, was dich antreibt. Denn wir teilen die gleiche Leidenschaft. Egal ob auf der Straße oder auf der Rennstrecke. Wir sind immer an deiner Seite. Wir sind H&R. Offizieller Partner der Nürburgring Langstrecken Serie.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen,
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram.
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
First hour and first pit stops completed for the front of the field in the 4-hour competition for round 7 of the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. Hello everybody, good afternoon. Wherever you are around the world, good to have your company. Peter Kate and me, John Hindhaugh from the Global Broadcast Centre. Still work going on at the start of that Haxenbach, recovery of that Zog machine on the right hand side, everybody getting back up the pace after it. Drama at the front of the field for Hab's racing team. Frank Stippler coming in to his first pit stop in second position, and the number 6 Mustang has not yet left the pits. It's been there for half a lap now, and that's a very long time. And conflicting information about the lead car, the Andlar and Jules Sturm cars, whether Julian Andlar is actually here this morning. He's been listed in the car since the start. Ben Löchter, I think, has gone through and leads the motor race. It won't reflect that on the timing at the moment, but I think that shorter pit stop, Peter, has put the Falcon number 4 car in the lead. Won't be able to tell you that until I see the relative positions. You might be able to look it up on the GPS.
The problem is the number 4, the
4 car had a problem with its GPS.
exactly.
Didn't it? Yeah.
But we'll see on the timing screen as they come through. Interesting observation there, just going through the code 60 up through Ho8. What you saw is the Falcon car right up behind a slower car. The GT3 SP9 cars tend to have a very, very accurate speed limiter, so they can ride up to that 60 km/h speed limit. The car in front in the lower class clearly was running a little slower out of caution than the 60 limit, just to make sure they didn't get any penalty. Led to a lot of frustration from the Porsche right up the backside of that slower car, obviously losing critical time. So it's really, really important if you are in a code 60 or if you're in a 120 km/h speed limited section of the track to be absolutely on that speed, so that you don't lose time and you don't have the cars behind you closing up unnecessarily.
It's the voice of Peter Kate, a multiple class winner in various different classes in the Nürburgring 24-hour race. Raced in the NLS well over 40 races around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And traffic, as ever, and the management of traffic is always going to be a determinant here. And Julian Andlar for Falcon. Bit of a reshuffle for Falcon with Porsche drivers being redistributed around the world for a variety of races, endurance races in the GT3 formula. So just 2 drivers for all of those. Now we've got a Cayman in the pit lane with the luggage compartment open at the front. No engine there. I think that's the 980. That is the Verstappen car. In with an issue. I'm guessing it's a brake issue, and they're doing something, maybe bleeding the brakes. They've also got both rear wheels off there, and that car is going nowhere at the moment. In fact, 3 of the 4 wheels are off. Verstappen staying in the car. Now, this is exactly what he doesn't need to be able to get his 14 laps and 2 race results in. I reckon he completed 6 laps.
He's staying in the car, though, so...
That's hopeful.
It's hopeful. Looking at the lead here, at least on GPS, we're looking at the 3 car, and the 4 car is now showing on GPS. The 6 car, which is the Ford Mustang, is still in the pit. So essentially a lap down.
So is the 4 ahead of the 3 now?
It looks like the 3's ahead of the 4 on the GPS.
Oh, okay, right. I thought he might have just nipped through with that very quick stop. Yeah, both on the Grand Prix track at the moment. See if we can get a view of the number 4 car diving down the hill through this absolutely flat out right-hander, then starting to climb before the chicane.
And it's a smoother chicane than the F1. You can see the F1 chicane on the left there. This is a more open chicane for the Endurance, since the braking is, let's say, not quite as sophisticated as an F1 car.
Quite a transition there as you come off the Grand Prix circuit onto the link to the top of the Nordschleife, and there's quite a big bump, and everybody going through there, even the dry, getting lots of understeer on initial turning.
Yeah, indeed, and it transmits that understeer into then oversteer as you start to apply power, as you kind of land again over the other side of the lump. Max leaving the pit then, good news. It's maybe just a check.
Well, that might, I mean, that was an hour and 5, so that might just be a standard stop and a full refill and a new set of tyres. They did have the front of that car. It's a mid-engine car. If you look for an engine in the road-going version of the Boxster and Cayman, I challenge you to find it without going underneath. The Boxster in particular is a bit of a tricky one, because you fold the roof down and you think, is there something behind the back seats that I can get to the engine? No. Oh, hang on. There's a little thing that opens here. No, that's a luggage compartment. It is very low down, flat 6, so the cylinders laid opposite each other, often called a boxer engine, and horizontally opposed. Subaru did the same thing with a 4-cylinder. Means that they're fit in a very, very narrow space, and it keeps the weight of the car low down, with the engine mounted right in the middle as well. It helps with weight transfer in the car. Get a very neutral car for road and for race. There are those amongst the Porsche fraternity, whisper it, who will say, why have a 911 when you can have a Cayman or a Boxster? And to be honest, it's sometimes seen as heresy to say that, because the venerable 911, well over 60 years old now, that model is the Halo model right at the top. The new Turbo S just been released last week, actually, at the top of the tree, the top of the food chain for Porsche 911. But in terms of miles, smiles and outlay, you'll go a long way to beat one of the mid-engined Porsches, although I've got a soft spot for the front-engine transaxle cars, being the owner, as I am, of a 968 Sport, 3-litre 4-cylinder 6-speed manual. Very underrated car. I'll keep saying that, and hopefully the values will go up a bit, Peter, you know.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's interesting. I mean, you know, when you have such a sort of iconic car maker as Porsche, and they've produced these different cars over the years, you'll never get the same answer for anyone as to which one is their favourite. They all have their own merits and disadvantages.
In fact, if you ask 10 Porsche owners, you'll get 12 different views. Yeah. To be honest, the only thing I will say, and Porsche, BMW, and I know you drive a BMW on a daily basis. They have been very good at being able to make all of their cars, whether in Porsche's case it's 2 doors, 4 doors or SUVs, they are distinctively Porsche when you sit in them.
And when you drive them, there's a certain DNA, isn't there?
There is an absolute DNA from what you see in front of you on the dashboard, what you see as over the front of the car, I mean, even the current 992 Porsche back to the early 930s and the early 911s, and I've got a 993. You look at that and it's different, but it's similar enough that you can say, oh yeah, I can see the top of the wings there. and the bonnet's in the middle, and there's those two creases down there. Very, very interesting the way they've done that, and being able to transplant perhaps the characteristics and the character of the cars, whether it's BMW or Porsche, of even their more sporty cars into their more demure cars, let's say, or ones with slightly less sporting intentions.
More practicality.
More practicality, absolutely. It's very clever how they do it. And to me, the real stars of streetcar automotive engineering now are the ride handling and suspension engineers.
Completely.
I have no idea how they can make a 2.5-ton Porsche Cayenne, for example, that sits nearly 6 feet off the ground at its highest point, take it onto a track in controlled conditions, and you can absolutely flat drift that car.
Definitely.
In the Turbo GT or something like that. Incredible stuff. I was out in an all-electric Porsches and BMWs, Genesis that I was driving recently, weight down low, 21-inch rims, and you think 21-inch rims, that's going to be crashy. Ride like a magic carpet. They are actually, I think, they are black magic workers, those guys, and fair play to them. A lot of it, in fairness, is technology transfer from what we're doing here.
Yeah,
motor racing.
yeah, and I was just about to make the point that the Nordschleife, which you mentioned earlier, with the industry pool and all of the testing that the car makers do around here, one lap round here simulates an awful lot of standard mileage out on the public roads. There's so much variation of gradient camber, low frequency bumps, high frequency bumps. There's a lot here to learn, not to mention the weather that at the moment seems to be holding pretty stable. We've got nice sunny bright conditions, but yeah, that's where these ride and handling guys really earn their bread and butter.
Now, the GT4 Supra, very slow indeed. This is the 160
Looks
car.
like a puncture or something.
I would say it's puncture or suspension damage. The steering wheel turned to the right. The Toyota Supra GT4s built, that is Koyama, the Toyo tyres with ring racing, and that's a left rear tyre issue. Now, I'm not going to say that the wheel's coming off, because if he's managed to get all the way around the Nordschleife with a loose rim, he's done brilliantly well, and he did come in off the Nordschleife, not through the cut through into the back of the pits. GT4 Toyota Supras, all the chassis and cage work done by WRT up in Belgium. Sort of 90 minutes drive from where we are at the Nürburgring this weekend. Here's the Dupre Audi S3. Now, this is the car that I was mentioning that was on pole for Group 3. Pretty much a bog standard car, not even a big back wing on that. They actually were so successful that the class system was changed because of them. Because in the N24, front-wheel drive and four-wheel drive used to be put together, and that is a bog standard street four-wheel drive RS3, and they've done such a good job in preparing it and driving it, and it is one of the Dupres is driving that machine as well, the second generation driver, and they now have had it changed. The classes have changed over so that the front wheel drive part of that class has changed over. Verstappen then 12th position after his pit stop in the class for Lion Speed. Just trying to find what class that's been put into. It's VT2, isn't it? There it is. And they are going nicely in there. So into the pit itself for the Toyo tyres and ZF supported Supra, and that car it's been pushed right at the back of the garage. They are long and wide garages here, Peter, and they're being pushed there so it's not to inconvenience anybody else that they're sharing with, because that is not a garage that they have to themselves.
Correct, and obviously positioning the car like that suggests there's some work to be done here to fix whatever went wrong. It looks like a suspension issue. They're having a good check around that left rear area, but yeah, the cars in the 24 hours, certainly where there are even more cars than the 112, 113 today, you can have up to 6 cars in each of these garages, and it can be quite a nightmare if 2 or 3 cars come in with a problem at the same time. But certainly a lot of respect between the teams to be able to operate like that.
And there have been great friendships built by who you've been sharing with. In fact, there is a car, it's quite a limited edition car actually, the Aston Martin Signet, which came about because the man at the head of Aston Martin at the time, who was Andy Palmer, and the man at the head of Toyota, Dr. Betts, excuse me, yeah, and okay, Toyota, man at the head of Toyota, formed a friendship, and the Toyota Igor was re-engineered and rebadged as an Aston Martin. So that was right at the end of the lap then. I didn't see contact there for that number 160 Toyota Supra. So I wonder if that suspension just gave up there right in the middle of that final chicane.
It's not the place where you really want that to happen. No. Even the smaller class cars are knocking on 250, 260 kilometres per hour by the time they get to the end of the Dottinghurst Straight. It's a slightly downhill straight, as I mentioned. It's almost 3 kilometres from start back to the end of Tiergarten, which is a very tight or ever-tightening series of left-right corners at the end of that straight. So if you do have a suspension problem at that point and you're arriving at that kind of speed, it certainly catches your attention.
I was going to say that, well, if he wasn't warming up already, the Japanese driver there, he certainly will be now. Just hearing that we've got another stationary car out on the track, and it is the 605, and that would make that the only car in the H4 class, which is one of the M3 E46 BMWs, the over 2000 cc and under 6.2 litres for those engine sizes. In comes Klaus Abelin. Now, is that his first pit stop? Can't be, surely. Looking for the machine, and here's another puncture coming in down the long straight. That is another one of the so that is the 165 Cayman.
Yeah, I think it is Abelin's first pit stop. It's just now clicked onto it.
So he's got 9 laps, so he's running to a pace, so that's an hour and pretty much an hour and 21 minutes, not running at full pace. Now, Klaus is getting out of the car. Now, I didn't see another name, so maybe he's had enough. I think he just wanted to, there's a bit of a high five there. Just wanted to give the car a run. It's entered again tomorrow. This shakedown of the Frickadelli 296. Is that the team saying, no, you've got to get back in?
He's just going to try another garage then, isn't he?
Yeah. No, I'm going to go and sit here out of the way. That's the team and the man behind the team that brought Ferrari its one and only win at the Nürburgring 24 Hours. History made a couple of years ago. No Ferrari Works drivers. He had Works drivers, but none of them were Ferrari Works drivers. Earl Bamber among the drivers there. Rinaldi Racing helping them out. And that is, if that isn't the actual car, the Frö Beer sponsored car, then it is an absolute clone of the car that won. And it's in exactly the same Rinaldi Frö racing livery. The party was impressive, is what I heard. We were packing up and wearily disappearing back to our digs to... I think it was the same weekend as the Indy 500 that year, and we went back to our digs, which was just round the corner, actually inside the circuit, and managed to catch the Indy 500 at the end of it. So still the 2 Falcon cars. It is 3 from 4, 22 seconds between them now, we can tell you. With new third place is another Porsche, Black Falcon. That's the red and gold number 48, with the Car Collection Motorsport number 44 next up. And now Tiergarten has a slow zone upgraded to code 60. So that'll slow the lap times again.
They're just approaching right now, the leaders.
Right. So if you are just joining us, hello. We are not yet at half distance. Been pit stops for all bar the odd one or two cars. The leading SP10 car, the Avia Porsche WNS Motorsport car, has not yet stopped. And that is the highest placed car, up in 19th position and leading SP10 Pro, that has not yet stopped. The Cup 3 Pro 944 Porsche 718, that has not yet stopped. And the Cup 3 AM class car, the 977, that has not yet stopped yet, but mostly everybody else has. In fact, some have stopped twice, including the Jutta Racing Audi, but that was an early stopper from memory. I think that was the first car that came in after the completion of, I want to say 4, but it might have been 5 laps. I'll just check that up. And the guys down at Fricatelli Racing, only test laps today, and it will be the last GT3 race ever for Klaus Abelin tomorrow. Well, that is the end of an era. As I say, he's been doing sterling work in his historic Porsches and in the Peter Auto series, which is now called the Classic Le Mans series. Next race for that is the final race of the year at the end, I think it's end of September, beginning of October, and that is at Estoril, and we'll have live coverage of that for you as well. So that Avia machine that we said had problems on, that's the end of the Hatson back, isn't it? No, it's not. It's the end of the lap.
That's Tiergarten. That's the code 60.
So was that the car that had the puncture that was coming in slowly, the 165?
The 165 car.
Yes, it is. So
here we go.
Yeah, it's the Avia W.
So that's the car that hadn't made its pit stop, hence why it
now we
made
know
it.
why. Well, actually, it's got air in all the tyres, so have they been a bit too greedy on the fuel? Because that's getting a flat toe from one of our vehicles. Absolutely standard operating procedure, by the way, what you're seeing. That'll be covered with flags, double yellows, white flag, and it is the driver's responsibility to be aware of that. Now, if you watch other form of motor racing, you may have your head in your hands and say, that's dangerous. It's only dangerous if the drivers don't heed the flags. And that's why the penalties are so draconian for those who did not heed the safety measures. Had a very long chat many years ago with an extremely experienced former Le Mans winner, actually, who is now an FIA steward. And talk about poacher turned gamekeeper. He said to me we wouldn't have to have slow zones and code 60s and all of the things that we do at Le Mans. He was talking about Le Mans in particular. If the drivers would just respect the yellow flags, but nobody does, they cheat on them. And I said to him, called him by his name, which I won't say, I cannot believe you're doing that, because if you'd been behind the wheel, you'd have been stealing a little bit of time here, stealing a little bit of time there, put the hand up out of the open cockpit to try and tell, yeah, I've seen it, I'm slowing down. But from karting onwards, you learn to drive with one hand and not slow down very much. Now, here's another problem for an Audi RS3 TCR coming back into the pit lane. Now, the opportunity here, Peter, he hasn't gone out onto the Nordschleife and caused a problem out there. There is a back entry lane, a cut through, if you will, to get back in the pits. He won't get credited that lap, but that means he's not going to cause a problem out on the Nordschleife.
Indeed. So basically, he's driven an additional lap of the Grand Prix, assuming he gets going again, an additional lap of the Grand Prix course. So a couple of minutes lost, but much better than losing an entire 10 minutes or whatever your lap time is, depending on your car, all the way around the entire Nordschleife lap. So that back door is a kind of unusual situation, but it gives you an opportunity to if you've got a mechanical issue, to get back in and get the team to have a look before you depart onto the Nordschleife again.
And indeed, teams that have tried to fix a car will often, particularly on the longer version of the Grand Prix circuit that we use in the 24-hour, you'll often send a car out to go and do a lap and bring it straight back in, just as an installation lap, if you will.
Yeah, and indeed, those of you who watch qualifying, there is in fact also a short lap around the Grand Prix you can do before you start your full qualification lap, so you don't have to do an entire lap of the Nordschleife before you then set your quali time.
Yeah, you can do a little bit of tyre warm-up. Still the slow zone where that's barrier work that's going on there. And then the green flag, you're back up to full. So again, take your hands up from over your eyes, those of you who don't watch this type of racing. The guys are going to work there with the truck, with the trailer. There'll be new lengths of steel crash barrier there. There's a big grab arm as well in case they have to replace a post. They've got welding gear. They've got all the stuff that they need. It's covered by a track services vehicle, and flags and the drivers have to adhere to the 60 kilometres. And if you don't, you will be penalised with you'll be penalised with points on your licence, or potentially have that permit taken away, as we were mentioning earlier on. It is an absolute sanction. Mostly the drivers understand why it has to be like that, and they are respectful of the workers on the track and their other drivers. This is a place like no other. You cannot be cavalier about safety here.
No. It's interesting. The standard of driving here generally is very high, because people understand the implications of taking a risk. You very rarely see, perhaps other than on the Grand Prix loop, people taking risks up the inside, just showing the nose. You know, they make a very definite pass. Correct. To be sure that they're not going to put the other guy into the wall.
Well, hearing from our team down in the pits, and thanks for passing this along, our German colleagues, the Haupt Mustang GT3, a clutch problem that happened as they were restarting the car after the pit stop. They are trying to correct that at the moment, and we're also hearing that Julian Andlau will stay at the Nürburgring for tomorrow and drive for Vulcan again in tomorrow's race. So he is driving today, he will drive tomorrow. So some confusion about his driving duties, because he is listed for Porsche at ELMS. Whether that means no driving at ELMS, or whether he can somehow jump in for the second part of the race, not entirely certain. I'll check the information there. Fortunately, we have Paul Truswell there doing the PA commentary, and so I'll drop a line to Paul to find out what's going on at Silverstone. Right, 2.5 hours still to go, Peter. First drivers, some of them have got out and will be contemplating potentially getting back in if it's only a two-car team later on in the race. Some of them will be doing doubles. How tough is a double stint here at the Nürburgring?
In NLS, it's maybe a little different than the 24 hours, because usually in the 24 hours the double stints come at night, because it's a sensible thing to have a driver in the car for a longer period of time who's used to the conditions rather than constantly switching. In the daytime, obviously, conditions tend not to change too much. I say that with caution. We're at the Nordschleife after all. Well, middle of the Eifel Mountains, it tends to have its own weather, and whatever weather app you use tends to be less than accurate in these regions. But, you know, the thing I always remember about getting into a car after another driver is that it's never quite as you remember, because as that driver's been driving, you know, things may have slightly changed in terms of the car's been maybe hitting a curb here and there, or other things have happened over that first stint. So you get in the car and you're kind of trying to adapt for the first few miles or kilometres. You're trying to learn what's slightly different about the car. The brakes slightly different, tyres obviously are new on the car, there should be, but there's always some subtle differences that you just got to get back used to when you jump in after another driver's been in the first stint.
I'm indebted to Jesse Young, who, like us, was perusing the various versions of the entry list, which tends to be a movable feast until we actually get cars across the start-finish line here. And he's noticed that KCMG have the current king of Japanese motorsport, Sho Tsubi. Showtime, as he's known. He's leading both Super GT and Super Formula at the moment. And in GT 500 in Super GT, he's on the verge of clinching a record equaling 4th title. So keep an eye open for those KCMG SP8 cars. He's listed in both of them. Current standings then, let's give you a quick rundown. Falcon from Falcon, 35 seconds between them as they cross the line. It's two SP9 Pros. Car collection number 44 makes it 3 Porsches in the top 3, and their lead Pro-Am. SP9 Am, that's Black Falcon Porsche number 48. Other leaders, Cup 2 Pro, Moon Motorsport with the 921. 12 and a bit seconds ahead of Loesch Motorsport in the 948. That's tight. 12 and a half seconds here is nothing. AT2 Mantai, the number 718 Cayman, leading that one in 14th position overall. SP8T is Plusline Motorsports BMW M4 GT4, the number 155 car. Black Falcon leads SP7 class with the number 7 in 20th position. That's another 718 Cayman. In AT3, which is the front-wheel drive class, the 333 Max Kreuzer Racing in the pits at the moment, but leading in their Audi RS3. Battle down at turn 1 for position in the top class, and that is for 3rd and 4th. Check that 4th and 5th. And the Aston Villa Gomez trying to go round the outside, and he'll use the Golf on the inside as a bit of a screen there, or a pick as the Americans would say, and that's a change of position for that Valkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin Vantage. And that is a overall position, but stays in SP9 Pro-Am 2nd position. Right, where did I get down in the lead? Is Black Falcon SP7 in 20th position. AT3, we've mentioned that. TCR, Moller Bill Motorsport, another Audi, number 801 is 33rd. Overall, it is the Adrenaline Motorsport BMW 240i Racing Cup in their class. That's the number 1 car. They were last year's champions overall in the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. The Adrenaline Motorsport BMW 330 is in VT2 lead. That's the number 500 car in 51st. VT2 rear-wheel drive, I should say there, the myriad of classes that we have. A couple more class leaders in position 68 and 69 with the Audi RS3, the Goroyan RT by Sharkey machine that we saw with problems earlier on. That's in the pits, but still leading its class. The number 321 in 68th and 69th is the Adrenaline Motorsport Cayman S in V6. The number 369 leads its class, and still we go on. V5, good little battle there actually, only a second between two Porsche Caymans. The number 440 just ahead of the 444 from Adrenaline Motorsport there in 85th and 86th position. VT3 Kievan Sports BMW 335i, one of the older cars. Number 460 leads its class in 96th, no, make that 95th position. The Hofer Racing by Bonk BMW M2 CS, that'll be that's a new class, the BMW CS class. They lead their category and they are in 101st position. And then a raft of class leaders from 104th down over. BMW 325ci SP4 leader, that's the 254 car. 318 Ti Cup, the Cheney Racing Run Series, the 275 leads SP3. The 318i 529 leads V3, and the Hoffa Racing M3 E46 leads H4, the 605 in 107th position. I reckon there are somewhere in the region of 110, 111 cars still running, and there's 2 hours and 22 minutes remaining with Falcon Motorsports first and second. Peter Kate alongside me, John Hindorf, as the racing continues. By no means a clean track at the moment. Laps around about 8:15 to 8:20 for the leaders at the moment.
Yeah, we've still got code 60 now at Arenberg. That's just after the very fast left and Schroedenkreuz, then heavy braking down to a third gear right hand downhill hairpin at Arenberg. So I'm not sure what's happened there.
Such a long circuit. We must say thank you, as we always do, to our colleagues at Nürburgring TV. Such a huge amount of investment that has gone into this circuit, and indeed the whole facility. It's more than just a circuit, it is a destination. There's a couple of hotels here, a casino, a concert venue, an ice rink, various eateries. There used to be an indoor karting as well. I think there still is, in one of the lower levels of the car park, what used to be the car park of one of the hotels. This, as I say, is a destination. The ill-fated roller coaster is finally being dismantled. Funny enough, I was at COTA, Circuit of the Americas, last week, who were building 2 roller coasters, making that place into a theme park. But the major investment from our point of view is that the whole of the Nordschleife, now for at least a couple of years, I think, there is fibre links all around for the broadcast. So the ability for us to be able to turn up, and for the production company to be able to turn up and just plug in their cameras on a Thursday and a Friday for Friday practice, and then Saturday qualifying in the race, or indeed a Sunday as well. It cuts down the setup time and therefore the cost of televising these races massively. We've been covering races here for TV and radio since 2007, and it's been a massive upgrade. We get the helicopter up for more races as well, and not just for the Nürburgring 24. So fair play to the VLN, to NLS and to the Nürburgring, and especially our broadcast colleagues here at the circuit, who do all the hard work and the heavy lifting. Even for our radio coverage, we simply can't do the commentary without being able to see the far sides of the circuit. And we should say that onboard camera technology has changed massively as well, and this was one of the places that pioneered 5G onboard technology in the NLS, using basically mobile phone technology to transmit directly from the cars. So even if you didn't have a helicopter or an aircraft up, you didn't have to have ground-based repeaters all the way around this 15-odd mile circuit.
It's worth mentioning as well, if anyone is interested to go and watch racing live at this place, it's a fabulous viewing experience. You can walk around most of it, and wherever you're standing, you're going to see action. More action, I would say, in one day than you'll see in a season of traditional racing.
Yeah.
Not just because of the multi-class format, but also because the circuit is so challenging. It really does sort out the good from the average, and you're going to be able to see that action very, very close up, looking down upon some really quite spectacular landscape in that part of the world.
And if you are a keen photographer, there's banksides and places that you can get some absolutely stunning shots. Not always exactly the same as the pros will get, because they've got more trackside access where it's safe so to do. I suggest that you look up Jochen Frozen Speed, who is based around here. Now, incident on the circuit and damage on the front end of the number 919. Now, we've called that car's name. That's 7th in the Cup 2 category. So that is a 992 Carrera Cup car in the Porsche Turbo body, with the, as all the Cup cars are, with the air intakes ahead of the front wheels and the vent on the ducktail spoiler, he's had frontal contact because he's lost the little piece of rubber that's underneath the front splitter, and I think he might have cracked a radiator as well.
Strange, the location on the right-hand side out of turn 1. I don't want to make the assumption that he was tagged by someone, but it's a very strange place to end up unless he was on cold tyres, which again shouldn't have been the case.
It's one of the Verstappen sponsored cars, and I expect to see that car come directly into the pit lane.
Yeah, he's got tyre rubbing on the body.
Yeah. Right hand side, and that's that little piece. I've done enough Carrera Cup in the last 20 odd 30 years all around the world, and whatever else has changed in Carrera Cup for the last quite a long time, the 4-litre flat 6 normally aspirated engine, 507 PS, that hasn't changed. The body styles have changed as reflecting whatever the newest version of the Porsche 911 street car is. But they've always had this little bit of rubber that goes on, and it's basically just an interference fit on the front, the very bottom, the sticky out bit of the front splitter, and it drops down maybe an inch and a half. Yeah, he's definitely losing fluid on that car as well. And the difference that makes to a Cup car, even in a sprint race, never mind around here, to the front aero, it's the difference between getting through a 45-minute race or completely goosing your front tyres in a 45-minute race on a normal circuit. And every team have several of them.
Yeah, everything's so finely balanced.
Correct.
Aero to mechanical grip, and absolutely, if you're driving on the limit, you've got the car set up to have that in place, and then you lose that. Clearly, you're going to start understeering, you're going to start running those front tyres across the track and destroying them.
The Mustang still in the pit lane, having completed its first stop. They're just checking the Yokohama tyre pressures there. Remember, in GT3 at the front of the field, in SP9, a number of different tyre manufacturers competing against each other.
Sie sagen, es ist nur ein Auto, aber wir sagen, es ist Herzblut, Schweiß und Perfektion. Denn wenn du schraubst, dann zählt jeder Millimeter. Dann bist du in deinem Element. Du willst mehr als nur fahren. Du willst es fühlen. Die volle Kontrolle. Eine optimale Straßenlage. Wir wissen genau, was dich antreibt. Denn wir teilen die gleiche Leidenschaft. Egal ob auf der Straße oder auf der Rennstrecke. Wir sind immer an deiner Seite. Wir sind H&R. Offizieller Partner der Nürburgring Langstrecken Serie.
Reifen. Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
liebe Fans.
Lovely fans.
Besucht uns auf unseren Social-Media-Kanälen.
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Accident, damage, contact with a barrier, pretty heavy contact on the front end of the Porsche. That's one of the, I think it's one of the Milner cars, isn't it? Yeah. Taking off that front splitter and front end. Can't see the bonnet, so I can't work out whether that's a Cup car or a GT3 car. I think
it's a Cup car.
I think it's a Cup car. Yeah, I think it's a Cup car. I'll tell you as soon as they take that bonnet off, because you'll be or that front end off, because you'll be able to see the other radiators. Yeah, it is, because the GT3 car, that middle radiator, which I can now just see under the mechanic's hands, that is tilted back and further back out of harm's way. So that is one of the Cup cars. Now, is that the car that was getting towed in earlier on, or is that another incident? That could be well, the SRS Team Rennsport car is the 901. That's a Cup 2 Pro-Am car. That's hit something really hard. They've even managed to get paint on the headlamp unit, so that's gone into the tyre barrier and displaced the tyre bundles, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's done the radiator on the left-hand side. So the guys have got some work to do there. Meantime, front of the field, Julian Andler gone through, completed another lap. 40 seconds to the good on his teammate. And at the moment, the Volkmann Tyres team, which do run on Volkmann tyres, this is a huge part of their street car tyre development. They are another one of the teams supported and indeed run by the tyre company for the benefit of their tyre development. Started off in American racing, it's got to be nearly 20 years ago. They had a Porsche and a Ford GT at that point. Seem to remember them taking victory in the wet at VIR. And then I've got a feeling their first drive victory was on the streets of Baltimore, around the back of Camden Yards. Went there a couple of years. Ryan Sellers, one of the drivers in that team. They got rid of the Ford GT and concentrated on the known entity of the Porsche 911, and have subsequently grown in confidence. They have their development centre on Gottlieb Daimler Strasse, which is the street that runs two back and parallel to the Dottinger Höhe, and they run their development programme with tyre tests around here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, send the data back to Japan. The tyres are then manufactured and air freighted back out again. Another car being towed back there just after the back of Bergwerk, heading up these left-handers up the hill. Black Falcon. Now was that a pass for position there? Jutta Racing and Black Falcon, I think it is. They've been having a battle. They were the other way around as they crossed the line, but now the 948 coming back through the field. That's, I think it's Tobias Muller, isn't it, behind the wheel of that car. Here the Porsche engine and the gearbox just easing back out of that. Meantime, at the end of the lap, they're coming through again. So that is the 48. And into the pit lane. Here comes the Jutta Racing car. And that is from 6th position. 3rd in Pro-Am. Alexei Veremenko. But they were the team that stopped first at the beginning of the race, weren't they? They just did the 4 laps. So that is at the end of a 8-lap stint there. That's interesting. So 48 continues, leading in the AM category. And that is Mustafa Mehmet Kaya. Black Falcon team with strong links to the Middle East. We see them quite often in the Abu Dhabi 6 hours, the 24 hours of Dubai. They've swapped around for next year, so it's Abu Dhabi 6 first and then the Dubai 2024, the weekend after, in the middle of January. We'll cover those for you on the Radio Show limited networks of audio and visual channels. Still that car being towed back, so caution flags out, heading through mud curve and up to the bottom of that run up to the Caracciolo carousel. Curbs there, absolutely vicious, Peter.
Yeah.
Both sides.
Definitely. I mean, these aren't curbs that you would use. In fact, around the entire Nordschleife lap, there are very few, could count them on one hand, of curbs that you would use frequently. This is obviously intended to be a racetrack where you don't stray beyond track limits. As we said earlier, it'll punish you very severely if you do. Occasionally people have to take avoiding action, and then you really find out how severe those curbs are. But using them on a regular basis is not recommended. Occasionally people use the exit curb just to guide the car back onto the track a little bit, but it's not really a regular practice. Curbs tend to be slippery. They're old concrete. The paint is old in many cases, so really try and avoid them.
Into one of the first garages, another one of the red, white and black Porsches. This the number 900, and very famous name in that car is one of the next generation drivers, of which there are legion here down through the car classes, and we've had a number of them down through the years. Actually, no, it's not. It's Peter Ludwig. I thought it was one of the Klaus Ludwig's boy, but that's not one of his boys in there. But we've had a number of father and son combinations down through the years, and father, son, and daughter as well. In the Opels, Volker Strycek bringing his family. Volker, former head of the Opel Performance Centre and one of the characters behind the old Opel Manta that used to run here with the foxtail on the aerial. A bit like Trigger's Broom, that car. Not entirely sure how much of the original car was left. It was quite heavily modified anyway in terms of the engine and the running gear, but it did have some very big accidents. I remember one year they're taking a sledgehammer to the back of it to get it back out on the track. It runs now in the Youngtimer, in the Classic. It's come out for the big race. Passing of an era, that one. You'll have raced against that car, or at least when that car was in the race.
Many times, and you're quite right. It looked fairly standard, but it definitely wasn't. It was driven very well, I should add.
Volker was always a good driver.
But the Manta has a certain place of affection in German hearts as a car. I'm noticing the number 6 car is lapping at normal pace right now. That Mustang is back out after that very, very long pit stop.
So clutch adjustment, I would have said there, rather than replacement, because even the Haupt guys couldn't have got that done as quickly as that. Dropped, I think, 1 full lap, possibly 2. Actually,
yeah, I think 2.
Yeah, I'm scrolling down. I think it's dropped outside the top 100. Yeah, there it is, 106. So actually dropped 3-4 laps to the lead. Yeah, which is, that's 40 minutes, isn't it?
Yeah.
So you're not going to get that back. Good news for VER 33 fans. Max, who has stayed in the number 980 GT4 Cayman, and he's clocking up his laps. He is 9th in Cup 3 at the moment, but that doesn't matter, this is a different type of test for Max. This is not about his pace, it's not about the car's pace, it's not about where he finishes, it's about the fact that he finishes and shows himself to be competent, to not be getting in the way in a slower car. And you might think, well, why is that important? Because those are the rules.
He's doing exactly what he needs to do.
Yeah, and I think this is... I think it's good to see that a driver of Max's standing and fame wants to come and do other forms of racing. We've seen it before, of course, most notably with Nico Hülkenberg, who won Le Mans outright, obviously with two teammates, in the gap between Grand Prix, in the summer gap between Grand Prix. And that hasn't been done for a very, very long time, where a current Formula One driver has gone to Le Mans. That year it didn't clash. Next year it will again with Canada, so that can't be done. And that was awesome. And good to see that Max is interested in other forms of motor racing. He's made it absolutely clear that long-distance racing, both here at the Nürburgring in GT3 and potentially at Nürburgring and also Le Mans, should I say, is on his radar. Into the pit lane then for, this is the number 4 car. Stopped a lap or so earlier than its teammate last time. Ben will get back out. Ben Lechte getting out of the car. He's got his name on the back of his overalls, so that's easy. There's only 2 drivers, so it'll be Tim Heinemann who's getting back in again. Issue with GPS earlier seemingly sorted. Brand new set of tyres. There's no penalty for changing tyres at every stop, and you can change your tyres whilst you're refueling. In fact, they'll do that and put it on the trolleys and move it around. So half distance then in the first of 2 race weekends, 2 races this weekend, rounds 7 and 8 of the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. Very wet qualifying this morning, and the track still damp enough for most of the cars at the front of the field to at least go to the grid on wet weather tyres and possibly even do their first stint on wet weather tyres. The Mustang got the best of the start, jumping up to 2nd position early on in the hands of Nürburgring specialist and veteran driver Frank Stippler. Frank, I can drive anything quickly. Stippler, I think, is his actual full title. 3 starting groups, around about 30 to 50 cars, just a little bit over in some places. Max Verstappen in Group 2 in a car that has to be under a certain power to weight ratio. So rather than take one of the lower class cars, he took a Cup 3 car that had to put a little bit of weight into it and also put a restrictor into the car to slow it down, so that's why he's not quite as quick getting up to speed. First penalty of the race, going to the Valkenhorst Aston Martin that had to come through the penalty loop for slight contact when battling for 3rd and 4th place. And that battle with a number of the different Porsches continued for Frank Stippler, battling for 3rd, for 2nd at various points of the race, including with the Black Falcon team in the gold and yellow car. Pump fuel being measured, and you actually get charged for that at the end of the race. I kid you not. You get a little bit of, you get a receipt for each of your fuel stops. Problem for the 160 Toyota GT4 that had suspension damage, but right at the end of the lap, so could limp in and get some remedial action. Valkenhorst Aston looking very strong in the first part of the Grand Prix circuit, and a couple of people celebrating birthdays who had chocolate and cakes. Not making it to the global broadcast booth, I should add. However, the good news is that for our afternoon tea this afternoon, I have brought along, well actually it'll be Sacred Coffee, I have brought along some of the Responsible Adults homemade biscotti. So that will be what we'll be celebrating before our evening meal tonight. So as it stands then, with an hour and 57 minutes to go, to the 2 Falcon Porsches that lead from the Porsche of Car Collection Motorsport, then the Aston Martin Vantage in 4th position. Some of the class leaders you will notice as well inside the top 20, including the Manthey AT2 car, the SP7 leader for Black Falcon, as we go through down into the 30s. Moller, Bill and Max Kreuzer Racing are leading their class in 28th and 30s. Outside the 30, EV Racing by Black Falcon leading their BMW GT4 Evo. That is the SP10 AM category in 32nd position. And further down from that, as we're still not even halfway through, getting down towards the top 50, more class leaders there with the number 1 Adrenaline Motorsport BMW, last year's overall winners in the championship from all of the classes. They're in there as well. The 929, which was causing us some problems out on the circuit, rear suspension damage. There's been contact with the barriers there. That car's come back on the flatbed, and the number 48 has had its pit stop for Black Falcon. They've twisted it back into the right place, ready to let it go. The work is complete by the look of it. They're just waiting for the time before they go. Has that got wet weather tyres on that car? I didn't see the blue markings that Michelin kindly normally do. So we're into the second set of pit stops now, Peter, at just over 2 hours. So these are the teams who are splitting this up into hour-long stints.
Yeah, indeed. And just talking about that interminable wait as a driver, when you've got your fuel in, your belts are ready, you're just waiting to go. There's normally a countdown on your dashboard. Obviously, a Lollipop Man has also the count down to the allotted time for your car to stop, but it just takes forever to tick away. You just want to get on with it. It's all time lost in your mind.
I should remind you as well that Fernando Alonso also won the 24 Hours of Le Mans outright. I don't think Fernando... Was Fernando competing in 2018 though? Or was he not an F1 driver? Was he taking his sabbatical? I'd have to look that one up. I know it was still in a gap between 2 Grand Prix. The leader, answers on a postcard, please, or at least on a tweet at RSL_studio. Peter Kate and me, John Hindhoff, as the lead car, still with Julian Andler behind the wheel. He's battling on the far side of the circuit, and that is one of the 911 Cup cars, who steered to his line until he could give just a car's width, and that's all the GT need. The GT3 needed superior handling because of the additional aero, but actually, so we're coming into the Kleiner Carousel, but actually, it's good that he's got through there, Peter, because that Cup car is a bit more slippery down the tube, so
exactly.
Down the long straight, it would have been a bit of a chore.
Yeah, and I was interested in the qualifying times and testing times. The Cup 2s are actually really very close, and in fact ahead of some of the GT3 cars in those lap times we were looking at. And it's always very, very difficult down this long straight. You've got a huge tow from a long way back, so yes, the GT3s will get some advantage if they're following another car. But certainly there are some classes, as I mentioned earlier, who will have a higher top speed than the GT3s, and that does cause some problems at the end of the straight as we tighten up into Tiergarten here, over these little crests and lefts and rights into the ever-tightening sequence before the Grand Prix loop.
Just when you think you've got through and you survived the lap and you're coming through down into that compression before Tiergarten and Hohenrhein, as the leader comes into the pit lane, spot on schedule, you've got that last little bit in there, and it is insanely quick because it's quite steep there, so your braking, such as it is actually really late, isn't it?
It is, and there's always this debate as a driver. You've got the compression coming up, and you know that if you can force yourself to brake beyond the compression, the uphill will actually increase your braking capability of the car. If you start to brake before and then you're fully compressed on the suspension, it's extremely unstable. So there's a certain leap of faith you take to go beyond what you think is appropriate, get the car onto the uphill beyond the compression, hit the brake, and then easing slightly through the right before you really again hit the brakes for the tighter section of Tiergarten.
Thank you to Allard Kalf. Hello, Allard. I haven't seen you for such a long time. Excellent driver and excellent commentator as well, as it's raining on the far side of the circuit. So heading down towards Verstappen for the Porsche of Black Falcon, raining enough for the wipers to be needed, and that means it's raining because you lay off the wipers as much as you can. Allard, as well as its Jack Mates, confirms that Fernando was doing his Dakar and Le Mans events, doing Indy as well when he won Le Mans, so he wasn't a active F1 driver, and that, my memory has not failed me. Thank you at RSL_studio. I am getting old now, so I can't always rely on the memory.
So this is classic Nordschleife,
isn't it?
Right now we've got rain, the cars are on slicks, the track, you know, it's debatable now what's going to happen in terms of weather. All the apps were saying, you know, sun and white cloud, but here we are, you know, at some of the higher points of the circuit, clearly wipers on intermediate.
Yeah, incredible. Actually, wasn't Alonso still racing with McLaren in 2018? Now I'm going to have to go back and look. I'm not second guessing anybody there because I honestly can't remember. I know he won with Toyota at Le Mans, but Nico Hülkenberg's win, I do remember Sebastian Vettel at the first press conference, drivers' press conference back after Le Mans. They went to Sebastian first of all as the senior member there, I suppose, and said, "So what are we doing during the summer break?" And he said, "Don't ask me, ask him. He only went and won Le Mans while we were all lying on the beach or on our yachts or whatever." Massive respect, and
I think
it's a lovely moment for Hülkenberg.
I think it's fabulous when you see drivers who have been incredibly successful at their, you know, let's say primary category Formula One, and then they choose to go and do something different.
Well, cross-code now is so difficult to do because everything is so specialised. Back in the days of, I still think probably one of, if not the most versatile drivers would still be somebody like Vic Elford. Go and look him up for those of you who are recently into motorsport and Formula One. Vic would do F1, he would do World Rallying effectively, he would do touring cars, he would do endurance racing, sometimes on the same weekend, jumping between cars.
He'd steer it.
Yeah, absolutely right. Sarrazin, when he was in the World Endurance Championship, went off and did coefficient, what would now be called European Championship rallies in highly sophisticated four-wheel drive.
I think that's what separates the real legends.
I agree.
You know, you can go back to Fangio, you can talk about Jim Clark, you can talk about any of these guys, multidisciplinary experts who just didn't really care what the category was. It's all about the competition.
It's so difficult nowadays, though, because all of these... So, you know, you could go and jump into a Mazda MX-5 race. The Whelen Mazda MX-5 Cup that I commentate on in the States is tremendously competitive, and you think, so we've got a problem here for the Keller 969. This is the red, white and black car, and that again, that is fifth for SRS Team Sorg Rennsport, fifth in its class, and there's damage to the right front there. That car's been off the track. You look at that and you think, you know, how hard can that be to drive? It's a sequential box. It's a little 2-litre engine, 180 horsepower. But the guys who drive that and drive them regularly, it's $250,000, by the way, for the championship win. They are very, very, have gained a huge amount of expertise in those cars. And they sometimes go on to something else, sometimes they stay there and make a career of it. You get people jumping into that who are very experienced racers. Bart Kligerman came and jumped into it, and to get in the top 10, you're doing well.
Yeah.
And that's just one example. So you know, you go and jump into a touring car race against guys who've been touring cars all the time, and you think, it's a 300 horsepower front wheel drive car, how hard can it be? Well, it is hard because these guys are doing it every day. So doing this cross codes stuff, and forget, by the way, about the danger, and ask Robert Kubica about that, and how his Formula One career was ended by an accident in a rally car, and how he's rehabilitated himself and then come back and won Le Mans in the overall is an exceptional story. But for an asset in a Formula One team of the importance, and I'm talking in business terms, in PR terms, in championship points terms, and championship points, every point means money in Formula One, to even countenance allowing Max Verstappen to come and test here, never mind to come and get his licence and race here, and potentially at the next weekend on the 27th of September to race a GT3 here right at the sharp end of the field. That to me shows first of all a degree of persistence, I'm sure, by Max to say no, I really am going to do this, I want to do it, but also a degree of trust and respect from the team to say, yeah, but honestly, please don't go out and try and win everything first of all, because we need you for the rest of the Formula 1 season.
Yeah, definitely.
And he is an asset to that team. And that's before you get to the human terms. Don't think I'm being cold, dear viewer and listener, when I say that. But we are talking about people at the very, very top. It's basically like letting your star soccer striker turn out for his mate's team in a local league. And I'm not at all denigrating the Nürburgring when I say that. It's a completely, it's the same thing. You kick the ball and put it in the back of the net, but it's at a completely different level of competitiveness against people who do that all the time.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, you know, you can boil it down to Max doesn't need to do this. There's no reason for his career to do this, but he wants to do this. He was quoted recently talking about the Nordschleife as being the top of his list of racetracks because it's the most challenging. And it's sitting there, you know, unresolved in his mind. This is something he wants to do because he wants to prove to himself that he can handle this track. And the quickest cars that go around this track are GT3 cars, and his goal this weekend is to be able to get to a point where he can drive that. I'd like to advance a theory, John, that's just occurred to me in the last few minutes. Number of laps that Max has driven now in this car is almost where he needs to be.
Yeah.
I wonder if he'll go in a detuned car tomorrow.
Yeah.
And run this car in Cup 3 at the pace that it's intended to run, as opposed to his permit restricted
But
car.
he's got to get 2 results. He has to get 2 results.
He's got his 14 laps though, hasn't he?
Yeah, but that would only be one result. So he still needs to stay in that is my understanding of the regulations.
Unless he jumps in the 89 car for the rest of this race.
Correct, which is, he is entered in both the cars.
In that case, he could get his 2 results
out of this event.
And he's done his 14 laps.
Correct. So, absolutely right. He doesn't need to do 14 laps in both cars. Nope. He has to do a total of 14 laps. Well, he's coming round to complete his 15th. I think he'd peel off into the pit lane here.
If we see him in the 89 car,
I think he'd get out here.
It might lead to that theory being proven.
I think he'll get out here. His teammate is about to jump in. And, now, that's not the teammate that I was expecting to get in, but this is one of the protégés, isn't it? And that's it's Chris Lullum, isn't it, who's jumping in.
So he was in the 89 car before, right?
Correct. So out jumps Max Verstappen of his primary car. This is Chris Lullum from running in that car with Max Verstappen, running on a GB licence, and United Kingdom driver. So there'll be a new set of Michelins going on there. Not sure what the tyre choices are in this class. This is your old class. Was there more than one slick? No.
More than one. There's one make.
Yes.
Michelin's all the way. But it's there's obviously wets. There's obviously I don't think they'll be putting wet tyres on with that tiny amount of rain, by the way.
No.
It's a small amount.
And just one compound of slicks?
One compound of slick. What I think will be very interesting to watch over the next few minutes is where Max goes now. If he takes his helmet off and disappears, or if he's looking to jump in that 89 car.
All right, we've solved the... thank you, everybody. We've solved the Alonso. He won Le Mans in 18 and 19. He was out of Le Mans, out of F1 in 19, but still racing in 18. So there we go. Did it both ways. Thank you, Allard. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, everybody else. Paul. Schimmel as well. At RSL_studio. absolutely loved having Fernando in the sports car paddock. Also, Mark Webber was a great addition. Mark, of course, walked away from F1 to come Le Mans racing. Didn't have to. He had offers in the F1 paddock. He's been a Porsche fan and Porsche driver for a very long time, Mark. Still lives in the UK, of course. And he weighed up his options and decided to come racing in sports car racing and won Le Mans. And raced for Porsche at Le Mans, I should say, and World Endurance Championship. One of the few. It's nice to watch Mark's career. I watched his first ever race in British Formula Ford on the British Touring Car Championship back in, I want to say, probably 97 or 98, somewhere around there, when British Formula Ford was on there. Dan Weldon came through there as well, God rest his soul. Were you still in the British Touring Car paddock at that stage?
That was, I was in the Fiestas in 97, so in the sort of junior ranks of touring car, when touring cars were the Super Tourers.
Yeah, correct.
A fabulous era, indeed.
Well, that was Mark when he came over to the UK, and I was very privileged to see Mark's final race, which was the last race of that season's FIA WEC at Bahrain. And he gave me a lovely interview at the end of the race. Followed his career. Once loaned him and Klaus Ludwig the Jochen Mass, also God rest his soul, my hire car when I was at Homestead covering a race. It came back all in one piece, but with fumes in it. Of course, racing drivers. Actually, no, it was Ludwig. And I was right the first time. Great to see this interest. And hello to you all who are Max fans and broadening your motorsport knowledge here to see what goes on outside of Formula One. Well, there's plenty of motor racing across the season here at the Nürburgring and sports car racing in general, and if this is something that Max is interested in, then World Endurance Championship. We were at Texas last weekend in horrendous conditions. Next round of the IMSA Sports Car Championship, which is the parallel series to the World Championship and uses the same type of cars for the top class that go to Le Mans as well. That is next weekend. That's the 6 hours of Indianapolis on the road course. We'll have that for you in sound and vision as well across the Radio Show Limited network of channels, although our primary portal there will be imsaradio.com rather than radiolemans.co or .com. Jackie Hicks also in the conversation for great all-rounders. Absolutely right, QRT. Very good. It's just so difficult to understand people being able to do that now. And find the time as well, Peter, because particularly at the highest levels, like World Championship level of FIA WEC, whilst there's only 8 races in a year, if you're a contracted driver, here's a perfect example of multi-class racing here.
This is a battle.
This is a battle for the lead.
Yeah, Cup 2. These guys are right next to each other, aren't they?
This is brilliant stuff.
And it's impressive how they're ahead of a lot of SP9 GT3 cars as well.
Yeah. That's Scherberth and Müller fighting there. Müller Motorsport and Achtervolgig Loesch Motorsport. Well, flashing the headlights does give you 5 miles an hour extra. Shane van Gisbergen probably would be another one as well. And there's a few others who've come up from Australia.
Supercar drivers into America.
Yeah. Shane will drive anything. Chazzy Mostert has come across and done Spa 24 as well. and jump into the GTs. It's the Bathurst 12 Hours at Mount Panorama.
So if you want to know what close door-to-door racing is like through Nordschleife, just watch for the next few seconds down here in Hatzenbach. Very, very narrow. Just put one wheel wrong and you're in the wall.
Notice how close they get to the curbs without riding them. That one there with the little bit of block paving on is fine. So is that one. This inside curb is a no-no. You can use the exit curb. This inside curb is a little bit flatter, but it would put you out of kilter, and that one's horrible on the left.
And the exit's so important, and it drops away just as you want to get on the power. So, and now we're going to get traffic just as they're approaching Quiddelbacher Hohen, the Flugplatz, the flying place.
Yeah, a lot of people think that's because the cars get off the ground there. It has been shaved down in the last few years. It's not quite as bad. It actually took its name because on the driver's left there, as you go across that bridge and over the rise, that is called Flugplatz, there used to be a little grass airport on the top of the hill there, and the high and mighty would fly in there in their private planes from Berlin and other places in Germany to watch the races and have the hospitality, and they landed right next to the track, walk straight out into the hospitality, and I'm talking in 30s, 40s and 50s. So that's why that's called. Everything here that's got a name, there's a reason for it. So Flugplatz is that. This is Fuchsröhre, which is foxhole. Guess why? Yes, they found a foxhole and a litter of fox cubs down there way back down the years, and it stuck.
Big opportunity here with traffic. He's going to go the other side of him, maybe. There's always a risk that you'll pick the wrong side and lose your position in the process. Coming down to Metzgersfeld now, very, very tricky couple of lefts. This one in particular, it can be very slippery even in the dry. And then heavy brakes down into this left-right and eventually down to the Kallenhard hairpin. Downhill braking, really, really tough to get the car under control and turned in. He's defending the line a bit there, and he's going to now run wide on the exit. And then this little left-right, there was a bump here a few years ago which really rattled your teeth. It's been a bit smoothed out, but it doesn't make this next bit any less challenging here. Dropping down into one of the slower corners, Versailles from the second gear left. Again, braking.
It's back to the inside though, isn't it? So it does help you get into that apex a little bit. But then you have sort of pop out over the top of it. It's easy to get wide on the exit of the next right-hander.
Definitely. And a little bit offline and you encounter bumps you didn't even know you were there, that they were there, you know. Here we're, again, trying to fight the car over to the left as we pick up the gradient. Turns in really nicely, but as you come over the brow, you lose that gradient, and you've really got to try and motor the car over to the right. Lauda curve is flat in these cars. Maybe a little lift because it was raining there a lap or two ago. And then here, very, very important exit of Bergwerk, because now you're flat on the gas for a long way. All the way up the hill.
I love this bit, even in a road car.
Left, left, left.
And they're taking the apex, actually, but that bump's not there in a road car.
Jumps over.
Yeah. You just want to keep up your momentum at this point. If you're in the middle of the road, you can stay in the middle of the road there. In a road car, you don't want to load up the rear right suspension so much.
Yeah.
993 road car hops, the last one, so you've loaded up the suspension and it hops quite worryingly at that point. But you're doing, even in a road car, you're doing 130 miles an hour there.
That's it. Heavy, heavy braking all the way around. Quite a smooth corner this.
What do you aim at for your exit, for your entry rather, to the carousel?
That's the thing. I mean, there's a wiggle before it, and you've got to just know and remember where it is. We've got some yellows here, so there used to be a kind of a tree that was an obvious reference point. Lost a few trees here and there over the years. But for me, the entry to carousel is one of those things that really sorts people out, because people who don't know exactly where that entry point is tend to overbrake and tend to then have to accelerate through the carousel.
But you've got to be really patient in the carousel, haven't you? Because what you want to do is you want to pop out like a cork in a bottle. You don't want to come out early, but you don't want to be late on the throttle. But it's really bumpy in there.
It is, and it's, if you ever walk over that way, and I would recommend it because it's quite an experience to just lie in the carousel bowl in the evening, you know, after the racing's over. It's just such a fantastic atmosphere of a place. But you realise it's made of many, many sections of flat concrete all hooked together, so the car bangs and bumps through there, hits the splitter on the ground. That's what determines the ride height, actually, of the cars around here.
It's called the Caracciola Carousel because the legend, everything here has a story behind it. The legend is that Rudolf Caracciola was the first person to get down to the inside and hook the drainage concrete on the inside to help the cars of that era turn. Again, that's very rally driving, ditch hooking you call it in rally driving. Out in Chile at the moment for Rally Chile, and the sides of the roads have got really big ditches which you don't want to be on going down the straight, but you can use them to help rotate the cars. And the story goes that Rudolf Caracciola was the first to do that, and then that became effectively part of the track.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously they've extended that concrete down bigger and bigger, and it's become an iconic fefeature. And
you can drive across the top of it. It's quite dirty and it doesn't get rubbered in.
You can.
But I've seen people doing that on tourist fire and on effectively tourist lap days.
Or when they take Formula One cars around the Nordschleife.
Yeah. You don't try to drop them in. I mean, this is a perfect illustration, what we're watching and listening to now, Peter, of a class battle that is absolutely boiling over at Gas Mark 5 that has to be interrupted and put back on the simmer every time you come to a VT battle or a TCR battle or just some cars. And each of these drivers, for first and second, in the Cup class, in the Cup 2 class, are working out where they can get an advantage on either the car in front or the car behind, and use that track position and those cars to their little bit of advantage, getting a little bit of draft behind that BMW there.
Trying to jump out of the way, the leader trying to get out of the position of giving the guy behind the tow. It's fascinating to me. They've been racing now for, way
2.5 hours.
Way over halfway, right?
Yeah.
2.5 hours. And yet, look, they're separated by less than a second. And these guys are not hanging about. This is not about lift and coast and pacing yourself and looking after tyres. This is absolute full-on sprint pace.
But nowadays, even with these Cup cars, and bear in mind, the Porsches that we are talking about now, racing for the lead of this class, which also, by the way, is 4th and 5th overall. They do go slightly longer on fuel, in fairness. And, again, trying to break the toe down the front. Oh, heavy rain for the leader on the back of the circuit. We'll just finish it off while we're watching the Joel Sturm now driven car around the back of the circuit, trying to pick his way through.
So that's Metzgersfeld.
Correct. Yeah, up towards the top of the hill before it drops down to Kalmar. Those two Porsches, those cars are built to do 45-50 minutes in a Porsche Cup race. Porsche have, in the last couple or three iterations, certainly 997, 991 and 992 Cup cars, whether they were meaning to do it, but they have stumbled across it. Oh, lead us off! And that's what could happen. Just coming out of Kalmar down the hill. Did nothing wrong there, but just lost the front end.
Ironic, the driver's name is Sturm, which means storm. Right?
Yeah, Joel. But Porsche have stumbled across a really cost-effective endurance racing car, right up to hard 24-hour races here in Dubai. We see them as well, and it's extraordinary. I always say that if I drop the big prize on the Euros, I'd buy a Cup car and go endurance racing with it, because it's a really cost-effective way to get super performance
and reliable.
Super reliable. And at the front of the field, the GT3s, and that's what we're talking about how this race has changed. It's an endurance race at 4 hours. It's 4 one-hour sprints. The 24-hour race is an endurance race at 24 hours. That's 24 one-hour sprints. It is as simple as that, isn't it?
Absolutely that. And no doubt a radio call's coming through to these guys about the rain that they're about to encounter as they're coming down.
How good is radio coverage around the track?
It's a lot better than it used to be. There were big gaps in the radio in the old days. And, you were frustrated because you could hear them, they couldn't hear you, that kind of thing. But nowadays it's a lot better. It's a lot better. Gone are the days when you'd have to shimmy up to the top floor of the Dorrent Hotel to stick an enormous aerial on there to get the coverage.
Well, this is great driving by Joel Sturm, whose lead is getting on for 40 seconds over his teammate Tim Heinemann, and then a great battle going on there, actually, because the Mulner Motorsport number 921 leading is right with the second place car, or at least 2 minutes back. My apologies. A little spin for the front-wheel drive Audi. 801. Now, if I'm going to be driving around the Nürburgring Nordschleife in the wet, I'll have the front-wheel drive car, please. Even with slick tyres on. It'll give you just a little bit more opportunity to keep the car on the track. Just looking to see where that 801 was running. It's second. That is the Moller Bilmorts. That was the leader in TCR. It's now been it's now gone back to the 777, the Goroyan RT by Sharkey RS3. I mean, the weather now that those Cup cars are on, and that's at Adenauer Forest, doesn't it?
So now we've got a big gap between these two cars. The 948, which we're riding with now in the rain, is way
second.
off the back of the 921, which has disappeared up the road. Both on slicks.
That's heavy rain, that though, Peter,
That's some significant rain. So something happened along the way there that we didn't see as we cut away.
Well, what we can do is, well, that was a Sector 3, which is the end, sorry, Sector 4, which is the first sector of the Nürburgring in Sector 3. 209. No, I'm wrong there. Let them come through the next timing point.
I think the 948 has got ahead of the 921.
Yeah, that's what I was
on the GPS. It's showing ahead, even though the timing screen hasn't changed.
Yeah, they won't have come through the next timings. Yeah, this is the battle for third overall, by the way.
Yeah, so
and this is helping them because they're not using as much fuel. But the amount of work that is going into the wheel there. Notice it is a Batmobile style butterfly wheel.
Yeah, I think
not a full wheel.
I think that 948 is clearly somehow through that rain section has passed the 921. The 921 is showing us just a couple of seconds behind it now.
Yeah, and that is Tobias Müller, who's behind the wheel of that Black Falcon Acton Facey Lush Motorsport car. You know Tobias.
Yep, coming into some heavy rain again as we ride through Lauder Curve. Definitely not flat in these conditions when you're on slicks.
And a new bit of tarmac. So if you're going to get relatively new bit of tarmac, so if you're going to get any...
It's trying the wet line here, look.
Yeah.
Trying to get on the traction up the inside of the exit of the corner to miss the rubber on the road.
Yeah, it's not even flat out on the straight bits here. On and off the throttle, feeling for grip from the rear with his right foot, feeling for grip from the front with his hands. Absolutely tipping down now at the end of the lap. And the red and yellow flags, we're not supporting Catalonia here on the Grand Prix circuit as well. That is basically contamination on the track. Do you know what? I'm not sure I'd have tried another lap here. And this is the leader, Joel Sturm, going through. It's often called slippery surface flag, which is absolutely true, it is, but it's some kind of contamination or something on the track that shouldn't be. So it could be a bit of debris, could be a bit of bodywork, a wheel, a tyre. It could be oil, it could be wet, but it's there and it shouldn't be. Almost a lose from Sturm. What a catch that was. He was on the lock stops on the right, then on the lock stops on the left to get it through turn 2 on the Grand Prix circuit. His teammate is coming into the heavier rain now, just underneath the bridge at Andres Bucher curve. This is the one that you just look through. You barely turn the wheel here, but he's had to lift off. Normally that would be flat even in a road car, even in a moderately capable road car. But he's got no grip at all. Driving on ice, he'd have more grip. If he was on winter tyres, on ice or snow, he would have more grip than he's got now. This is fingertip stuff. And you can so easily understeer into the barriers, which is nearly what... And he stayed out as well. Now, that's interesting. They haven't split their strategy. They're not quite in the window to go to the end. And I wonder if they're just going to try and tough it out. But the lap times, I'll be very interested to see as they go through. 8:19, and that's just with the last bit. The first bit of the circuit is bad as well. We're going to be closer to 9 minutes, I reckon, if this weather stays the way it is.
It's absolutely wet now down here. Coming down into Fuchsriver, it's full wets, and yet here they are. And they must be looking at the weather forecast. They must be looking at this as a temporary shower. The fact that they both didn't stop.
Brave.
But you're going to lose a lot of time around here in these conditions.
Yeah, another GT Cup car, the Black Falcon, number 900. And that car has got Peter Ludwig, Alexander Hart and Mark Rosenberg driving. I recognise the helmet, actually, so I will have to find it.
You'd be forgiven for looking at the speed of the car, that this is not even a racing lap, right? But no. This is the speed that...
And look at how dark it's got as well, Peter.
Yeah.
And that'll be much darker in real life than our high-def cameras are showing. Still 81 minutes to go, and yet there's only 3 yellow flags around the track and 2 slow zones.
This is slicks on a wet track. This is the speed that you can manage. Some cars coming in now, almost certainly for tyre changes.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I think it's interesting, as you say, they didn't split the strategy on the Falcon cars. They must have been pretty confident that there's enough dry track to keep tyre temperature, or that this shower is going to pass. But you're going to lose 3-4 minutes a lap. At least, if it's half wet, half dry.
Wet tyres going on for Max Verstappen's teammate. Max has done his 14 laps, and we're still waiting to see if he gets into the other car, which is the 89, isn't it?
That's right.
And they were back behind the Cup 3s, weren't they? So it's Chris Lullum who's just come in that line speed. I'm still getting used to not seeing line speed in the red and white colours that they normally see. So where is the 89? There's the number 80. Has that car had a problem? I haven't seen it. Yeah, so I must have scrolled past it. Standby caller. Has it gone further forward? Maybe it has. That's very odd. Very odd indeed.
Let me see if I can find it on the GPS.
Out goes that car with its wet weather Michelins on. Still, as I say, well over an hour to go. And of course, the moment they put the wet weather tyres on, it's immediately stopped raining in the first part of the Grand Prix circuit. Now, that said, that doesn't mean that it won't be bad somewhere else. And of course, the weather blows across. This is a track that not only is long in length, but it covers a huge area. It is literally, there are villages and towns within the boundaries of the track. And you know where the leader is now, I mean, he's looking at anything just to get back. In fact, that is very slow for Joel Sturm. See if he picks up pace. He's going downhill to, is that Kesselchen?
That's Kallenhard down.
Kallenhard, excuse me, yes.
And he's looking for the so-called wet line. This is where you're trying to drive off the traditional racing line, because that's where all the rubber is. But look, that Audi there, probably having...
That's the Jutta car.
Having some wet tyre on there.
Well, let's see if he's made a recent stop. Oh, you can just hear the Porsche spinning up. That's Jutta Racing, as I say. And have they made an extra stop? Because that's a huge incident as well for one of the other Audis. So, which is the Jutta car. Yeah, well, they've made 4 stops. If that was the Jutta car, that would be the number 8. No, this is the 8 car with damage. So that was one of the other Audis that went through. At the moment, with the nom du cause of Selv behind the wheel, coming to the end of the race, demolished the left front of that car. So which of the other Audis might we think that was? Was that it? Must have been the Equipe Vitesse number 50 car that went through. Now, they have done 3 stops, so they might have been into the pit lane front left wheel is locked completely and scrubbing on the ground and throws off a bit of the splitter as he drifts the car precariously through the final chicane. He's getting no steering help at all from that left front because it is locked solid. And I'm pretty certain he's on the alloy rim as well.
Yeah, looks like it, doesn't it?
He's doing a pretty good job to get that car in. The underside of the car is rubbing against the tarmac, and all of that is being thrown out underneath the car. I don't think that's an engine problem. It's just showing how the aero works from the front wheels back. Still an hour and 17 minutes to go. Aston Martin from Valkenhorst in the pit lane. That's number 34 Vantage. The Evo kit on it. The two Falcon Porsches still lead the front of the field. Heavens. And oh, there's a Cup Cayman off, a bright green Cayman off just before Bergwerk. Standing water now on the track on that new piece of tarmac, and that is treacherous. I mean, that is just above walking pace there.
And this is racing speed on slicks on the rain.
If you were in a road car right now, you would drive straight past these guys on standard road tyres.
Exactly that.
You'd be doing 20 mile an hour quicker. And look what happens if you've got the right tyres. And the amount of spray that's been thrown up from the Audi TCR car that's just gone by Tim Heinemann, I would say that he is on wet weather tyres. And so they had the choice whether to come in.
I'd jump into those tyre tracks if I was him.
Yeah, it will stay slightly drier. Amazing how much racing wet rubber, how much it clears. And Michelin give us numbers that is equated to, I think it's something like 1.5 baths of water from each tyre every 3 seconds or something. It's absolutely incredible. It gets thrown up as spray, of course, and then it depends whether it dissipates or just falls back onto the track. And heavily wooded areas, it will stay on the track. It's been a significant off for the Jutta Audi, the silver and red car. So where's the Akipa Audi then? You try and find me the number 50, Peter.
This is going to throw the order in complete disarray.
Yes, of course it is.
Because of all the extra pit stops. There's the 50 and 12th.
Yes. Where is he on the track? Can you check him on the... Because I think he's firing up through the field at the moment. Because he was, half a lap behind the leaders. But that won't stay that for long. Ex-Müller, code 60.
So in theory, he's running in 4th in that group of SP9.
Yeah.
And on track, he is just exiting Flansgarten, coming to the Belfast.
Right. I think he's passed.
So if he gets past the pit,
I think when he comes past the pits, I think he's...
Because the 8 car's in the pit.
Yeah. So he's back on the lead lap.
Yeah.
He's gone past the 2 Falcon cars, I reckon. Because he was off the lead lap. I reckon he's past the 2 Falcon cars. I think they're still behind him.
Let me see if I can confirm.
And that's the kind of change we can see happening. Let me check the split times here.
Yep, you're right.
Yeah, I thought so. The way he drove past at the far side of the track, past our leader. Where is he? There he is. And,
he's passed them on track.
Yes, he's back on the back end of the lead lap.
Yeah, exactly.
So he took 8 seconds out of them on the Grand Prix circuit, on one part of the Grand Prix circuit. So when we get to the longer sections, where it's very wet in the middle of the circuit, he's going to be taking 10, 15 seconds out of them. So he's back on the end of the lead lap. Now, the last time that car stopped, yes, he stopped 1 lap ago. So I reckon he stopped and put a set of wets on. His problem is that he can't get to the end from where he stopped on fuel.
Yeah.
But right now, he's putting himself back in contention for a possible overall podium, but certainly in SP9 AM, he's going to be right there, because he's going to pass. I think he's already passed the Lamborghini Huracan, and he's going to be challenging the Black Falcon 48, the gold and red car. And he'll be coming to the line shortly.
So we've got the overall leader coming down the Dottinghurst towards the end of the lap as well. Interesting.
Drier there now.
Even though he was on the drier part of the track, it took a long time for his tyres to get back up to temperature after he'd been on the wet. So he's struggling with the car through Schwalbenschwanz, through the mini carousel.
Joel Sturm has pulled out on Tim Heinemann in second. It's now, the lead is 68 seconds, nearly 69 seconds, so over a minute on his teammate. They've got 2.5, or Tim Heinemann's got 2.5 minutes on the Cup leader, which is Tobias Müller.
It's a big moment here to see if the 3-car stops for tyres.
They could probably go to the end from here on reduced pace, so I say yes.
Yep.
So that's what they've done. They've calculated, they've rolled the dice and said survive one more lap, which is going to be a very slow lap, but that will put you in the window for us to fuel you probably to the end of the race.
Exactly, in wet conditions definitely, and with the correct tyres on, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So now the 4 cars coming down the Dottinghurst now. It's going to get to this point of the pit before this pit stop's over. So again, it'd be interesting to see if they stack them or if they split the strategy.
I'm not, if I'm in that number 4, if I'm Tim Heinemann, I don't really want to be forced to go
another lap.
Although, and his tyres are older, his slicks are older as well, so he's further through his stint, remember, because he's been stopping a lap or 2. He stopped on lap 4 at the start of the race. He was the first of the top cars. He's coming in. So they're going to have to stack them and fuel them consecutively down to 60. I do like the fact that there's a speed readout as you're coming to the line, so you know if you're going to get penalised. I'd never noticed that before. Is that new? On driver's left, coming into the pit.
There is one, and I was always frustrated because it would say 60 when I was saying 56 on my car, so that just led me to do 64 each time.
So the fuelling has finished for the leader just in time, so that they can use that same fuel pump for the team car, which is dropping in now. This is incredible racing. I think, and wet weather tyres, as you might have expected. So we'll leave with about 1 minute and 10 to go. Wet weather tyres also going on the number 4 Falcon car. They've had a good season in the NLS. A couple of race wins earlier on in the season. Now, absolutely dry as he's gone out. It'll still be slippery though. So the Falcon wets will be coming up the temperature nice and quickly.
So I know better than to depend on weather radar or other similar weather apps, but looking at it now, it doesn't look like it's going to be any kind of heavy rain before the end of the race. So these guys may actually end up having to stop again for slicks.
But if you're leading the race, you've got to play the percentages, Peter, don't you? You do. If you sit down in 4th or 5th, you know, some would say that they might have been 1 or 2 laps too late. Whereas as you've looked at the Equipe Vitesse car, and you know they are now back on the lead lap. I'm pretty certain they are back on the lead lap, so they've gone back through. It's only the fact that these guys have started their next lap, so they're looking for class position as well with that number 50 car, currently listed in 12th position. I'm trying to keep across all of the class battles as well, which is nigh on impossible. Here's the Cup leaders coming in, and this is out of Tobias Müller, out of 3rd place overall. This will be the last stop for this car, and Müller is getting out. So who hasn't driven that car? I think it was Nagelsdijk who started it.
So it's Rivas, isn't it?
So it should be Rivas who jumps into that car. That car being the 948, sorry. I should say that. In that Cup 3 category. And that sounds like flat out for quite a long time. It's Carlos Rivas, the driver who hasn't been in the air. They've also got Yanis Valdau. No, they haven't. I'm looking at the wrong car. So Carlos Rivas, Luxembourger driver. My trip to the Nürburgring from Le Mans this year. Le Mans 24 and Nürburgring 24 were back-to-back this year. So I recovered on the Monday from Le Mans 24. Tuesday, drove over, went through Luxembourg. Actually went to Reims as well. Showed some of the team the old circuit at Reims. Got some nice pictures. Stopped in Luxembourg. Even if you need to do a slight detour to go through Luxembourg, it's well worth it because they've got very cheap petrol and diesel and excellent wines and spirit shops, which also benefit from a much lower taxation regime. So it added about 20 minutes to our journey, but saved us a fortune in the two cars that we were driving, and we were able to stop on a little bit of wine for our evening consumption after work at the Nürburgring. At RSL_studio, your comments in the race. Particularly like to hear from you if you're a first timer and how you're getting your heads around this and seeing this unwind, because there's still tactics being played out now. Now that was the SP9 AM leader, the Black Falcon machine, going through the number 48 in the gold and red colours. And that car, I think, has stayed on slicks and has gone round again. So they are looking, for my money, they are looking at the end of the race here and whether it dries out enough. Now, we can't see everywhere, so we rely on the cars, on the reports from the marshal's posts. My goodness me, what a difficult choice it is for these drivers. And this is when the drivers, the communication, Peter, between the drivers and those on the pit wall, ultimately only the driver really can make the decision on what he can see, and you can only see the bit of the track you're on at that time or that you've just driven.
Yeah.
So it has to be I presume it has to be a compromise between what you've just experienced in the last 10, 12 minutes. Lap times, by the way, have gone out to 12 minutes from 12 and a half minutes from just under 8 minutes. So 4.5 minutes, or half as long again in time from a standard fast lap. So it has to be presumably a conversation and a bit of a compromise of, well, it looks like it's going to get better. Yeah, but I'm in the car and it's not getting better at the moment. Or it looks like it's getting worse. How worse?
It's tricky because obviously on the Nordschleife you do have a view from various points of the circuit. You can see the weather, but the people on the pit wall have the weather radar. They can see the direction.
And potentially they might be looking at onboards from other cars and other parts of the track.
And there may be also teammates who are, giving information back to the team that's then relayed to you in your car. It's a tricky one, and it's such a changeable track. That's what makes it such a challenge. You could have an area of the track that, fantastic amounts of water, but still 90% of the rest of the track could be totally dry. So you just got to suck it up and deal with it.
Now into the Caracciola carousel with waved flags there. Was that just the debris or the
slippery surface
flags? So. Yeah, it is. I can see the red on it now. Oh, that's double yellows.
Now it's 120 limit. Wow. Quite a relief, I guess, for these guys.
I love this part of the track as well. You literally aim the car at the sky as you come up over the top of this right-hander. You're normally aiming for the curb exactly where that, just beyond where that track vehicle is, and that's barrier damage there again. That's the barrier truck, code 60.
That's been there for a lot of the race. That damage.
Yeah. Normally you'd be picking up speed here, just round the right-hander. This is vicious, dropping away to the left, but you can use the curb on the right-hand side when it's dry here.
That's a brave move. Using curb to try and
rotate
maximise the track, and again,
That's the flat one. And then absolutely haul it over the top of the next rise before you come to the little tricky entry before Brunchen, where it goes off camber for a moment. Easy to find yourself in the Armco on the right there.
Yep, indeed. A little bit of dryness appearing just on the line here and there, just where the cars are leaning on the track.
It's a balance again on the steering wheel, on the throttle, all of the control inputs, trying to make them smooth. Got confidence to ride the inside curves, but that's not the loaded wheel at that point. You've got to watch what happens on the outside curve, because they'll still be slippery. Through to the latter stages of the lap now, and you're beginning to go, I'm nearly there, I'm nearly there. Coming down to Flansgarden now over the top of this right-hander on the top of the rise. And there's a little bit of block paving on the left-hand side here that you can run onto if you need to, through Stefan Beloff, across one of a number of bridges here that you don't really realise until you see the track from above. No runoff on that left-hander there. You go off there, you're in the barrier. Kleiner Carousel. So how long has that tarmac been on the inside of the Kleiner Carousel?
Yeah, it's there, but we tend not to use it too much. What you're really looking for is to keep your right-hand wheels on the banking still and not go so high up the banking you drop off the camber, as it were. The more you use of that tarmac, you know, the less of the banking that's available. So
now another lap to be completed, coming down to exactly an hour. Be under that as he comes through. And Joel Sturm then leads the motor race by just on a minute. Hello to Hugh Williams, first timer, loving it. Laid up with a bit of a back injury at the moment. This is passing the time in a most satisfactory way. Keep up the commentary, guys. We will. Peter, Kate and John Hindhoff. Hugh, just relax, man. There's another one tomorrow. Same time, same place, same back time, same back channel, as they used to say. That's very 1960s as well. Show me age there. Thanks, Hugh, at RSL_studio. Let's hear from some more Nürburgring first-timers. Following your favourite Formula 1 driver, maybe.
Sie sagen, es ist nur ein Auto, aber wir sagen, es ist Herzblut, Schweiß und Perfektion. Denn wenn du schraubst, dann zählt jeder Millimeter. Dann bist du in deinem Element. Du willst mehr als nur fahren, du willst es fühlen. Die volle Kontrolle, eine optimale Straßenlage. Wir wissen genau, was dich antreibt, denn wir teilen die gleiche Leidenschaft. Egal ob auf der Straße oder auf der Rennstrecke. Wir sind immer an deiner Seite. Wir sind H&R. Offizieller Partner der Nürburgring Langstrecken Serie.
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen,
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram.
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
The double six, if you like, or the you were playing the old Grand Prix Legends and you threw a double six. It was you had to take an incident card out. Well, weather has been the incident, and still we've got a cracking battle at the head of Porsche 911 GT3 Cup between a couple of really well-known teams. Carlos Rivas is in the 48 Lush Motorsport by Black Falcon. That's the leader of the car. Behind him is Tim Shebath in the Müllner Motorsport car. When I say behind him, I mean basically on a short bungee cord. And in fact, he's pulling out to the right-hand side as they come to the end of the Dottinger Höhe. And halfway down the Dottinger Höhe, just underneath the bridge with Andreas Bucher, and down into the compression. Wet and still drizzling, but inconsistent weather around the circuit, I think is the fairest thing to say. These two cars, I think must be on wets. I think they must be on wets.
Yeah, I'd agree. Looking at the way they can put the power down out of there.
We don't get a tyre readout, but well, I'm trying to have a look at the sidewalls as they go through, but I cannot believe they're doing that. Hello to Arnage Rob, one of our regulars, enjoying this battle down the inside into turn 2, sticks the nose in, comes back out, Shebath backs off. He says, thank you, interesting to hear Peter Kate Racing's analysis of the track and lines. He's driven a few laps here. If I gave him a steering wheel and sat him down blindfolded, he could do me a lap of the track. He has done it. I've seen him do it with a dinner plate.
There are some things you have to do to get through COVID.
Yeah. Oh, yes, those long COVID winter nights just flew by, didn't they?
Absolutely.
So, as far as we are aware on the Max situation, 2 race results is how we are reading this. So he can run the same car tomorrow. He has completed 14 laps. So the lap, I reckon that the lap component in a race, so long as the race director is happy with what he saw, is okay. But he needs a second race result. So if the car goes out tomorrow and is classified, it actually doesn't matter how many laps Max has done in it. He could just do a couple of laps and somebody else could finish the race. Or the potential is he could jump into the other Lion Speed car, which is the 81 car, which we don't think has started today. It certainly hasn't been credited a lap. It was on the... Oh, there it is.
89 car.
89,
car.
sorry, not 81. Yeah.
And the thing is that he needs to complete 20% of the race distance, which expires in about 3 minutes of today's race.
Yeah.
So if he were to appear in the next 3 minutes in that car, that's an option, but I don't think he would, because that would leave a lot of risk. I think more likely to your idea, he would run it in the car tomorrow.
The whole point of this is getting into a GT3 car on the 27th, well actually on the 26th and the 27th, Friday and Saturday. We'll have coverage for you here, all live and free, no subscription required. If you're watching somewhere that is asking you for a subscription, then please don't. All of the NLS races are live and free via the YouTube world feed in English. There's a German feed as well, and once we don't do the qualifying on the English language feed, our German colleagues, they get up earlier than us, and they do. So you can watch qualifying from, that is, I'm going to say 9:30 Central European time, I think. No, 8:30 Central European time, that's 7:30 in the UK. And this race start again at noon. That's on the 27th. Colleagues from Germany just talking through the track. Yeah, we used to always have one of those maps on the studio wall. Very handy. You can buy them at the shop. There's a couple of really good souvenir shops, and one of the ones to spend a bit of time in is down past the Dottinger Hohe, where the petrol station is, or the Tankstelle as it's called. It's where we go down. There's a hotel there and a car park, and you go down there for your press accreditation. And there's a great cafe where, if you catch it at the right time of day, you can have schnitzel in a breakfast bun. And schnitzel for breakfast in a bun with a good coffee is one of the great joys of the Nürburgring. All schnitzel is great. Some schnitzel is better than others. But that Tankstelle, that shop at the fuel filling station, has books and an incredible array of model cars. Now, they aren't the cheapest, but there will be stuff that you'll see in there that you will not see anywhere else. And they've got some really good old classic stuff. Race cars, particularly Nürburgring, GT cars, of course, but also F1, the old ITC touring cars, all kinds of road cars in a variety of sizes, from tiny wee ones to 1/32, 1/18, 1/24, etc. Really, really good. Really, really good place to go there if you go to the Nürburgring for some track laps or you're passing by. And if you are in Europe and you go, hang on, the Nürburgring's only 30 miles out of my way, go along there. Even if you don't want to do a track lap, go along, have a look at the whole complex, drop into the Tankstelle, and then maybe drive down to one of the areas where you can look on the track. There are very few days when nothing's happening. And if you're lucky, it might be one of the industry days, and you'll see some prototypes or some disguised cars driving around. If you sit next to where the entry is, which is halfway down the Dottinger Hohe, you'll see them drive on the public roads in their camouflage. And you'll go, oh, look, that must be the new such and such. Take pictures, sell to Auto Magazine, make €50 if you're lucky, if they haven't seen it before.
John, we're just getting to a point now where these cars that change tyres, they're lapping in the 9 minutes.
Yeah.
I'd hazard a guess that
change back.
They may want to think about changing back. We've got, 50 minutes remaining here. They're going to be losing 2, possibly 3 minutes a lap at this point if they are on wets on a dry track.
It is, always being on the right tyres at the right time is key in motor racing, and it's really hard sometimes to second guess. You can only, using a cricketing term, you can only play the ball that's been bowled, and trying a predetermined shot sometimes doesn't work, and that's the same in here. Actually, they're looking at the Gesamtstrecke there, the old Südschleife, some of which is still there. That was the south loop all the way down to Mühlenbach. And some of that road, some of those are now public roads, some of it's still there, just carried on past where the Grand Prix circuit is. And there's a couple of campsites down there. And when you think that was all run together, and they ran a 48-hour race on the Gisham and the whole circuit, the complete circuit, back in the day. I don't even know where they got the marshals from, but they did. And trust me, 24 hours around here is interesting enough. There was also a rally of the tests here, which I think was a 72-hour event.
I wasn't aware of that one. Certainly you can still drive your road car on some of the Südschleife. It's just the road down to Mühlenbach from the track.
Yeah.
Let's say the northern half of the Südschleife is now footpath, so you can walk it.
Yeah.
But you can get to any of these points, and of course the Nordschleife itself, on a tourist day you can drive your road car around. You pay a fee at the barrier, drive around, and enjoy something which is, I think, as you said earlier, could never be built today. It's such an extraordinary challenge.
No. Don't drive, if you're in a hire car, never drive your hire car, because you will get fined when you take it back to the airport. the hire companies all forbid you from doing the lap. It isn't, in point of fact, really a public road. It is a toll road, but it's not a public road. And pretty much all, in fact, all of the car hire companies there forbid you. And you might think, well, how are they going to know? There are cameras and there are things on your hire car that identify it as a hire car. And there are photographers as well who spend their time going, ooh, look, that's a Hertz car. I can see that because it's got X, Y, or Z on. And he takes a picture, or they take a picture, and send it in. And it's all digital nowadays, of course. And they effectively get a bounty for that.
And you're speaking to somebody who actually did get lifetime ban from one particular hire car company, who I won't name, for doing exactly this.
Did you really?
Indeed. But the good news is, all around the Nordschleife, there are rental companies that have race cars or specially prepared cars with roll cages with appropriate suspension that you can rent for the day for the number of laps that you want to do. Share the car with other people, other friends, and I would always recommend doing that, because you'll get far more out of that than trying to drive, run-of-the-mill rental car on a circuit like this anyway.
My first laps around the Nürburgring Nordschleife were in a Ford estate car when I was going there to do some work with Aston Martin, and I knew I was going to be driving the next day, so I got my old Garmin sat-nav, put it right next to the rear view mirror, plugged that in, and this is it on your sat-nav. And so every time I looked in the rear view mirror, which was a lot, I could see what was coming up next. I knew it a little bit, certainly up to Carousel, I knew pretty well. But after that, that's that middle bit, like I said, that all looks a bit similar. And that's how I learned it. And Ford and Aston were piled up at the time.
These days, people have got various video games, if you still call them that, simulation, race sims, and you can access Nordschleife. The thing that it doesn't show you, though, are the bumps.
Correct.
And even the cameras that we're seeing now, the onboards, they smooth out the bumps, and it's always very shocking when you go there for the first time. The comment I always hear is, I can't believe how bumpy this is. And if you don't know where the bumps are, you don't expect them to hop the car across the track on the exit of a corner. That's when you get into trouble. So
and the physics of even a road car are so difficult to mimic here. Everybody is about to rescan. All the big games companies and sim companies about a rescan. It's an enormous job, as you might imagine, to scan the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and there's only a certain amount of machines that can do it. And so what they do is, actually, I'd really quite like to make a documentary about it. They do it overnight because it's when it's closed, and it takes 12 hours of overnight scanning with 3 or 4 machines to scan it all, because it's scanned down to plus or minus a couple of millimeters. To try and give it as much realism as possible. And the last time it was done, I think, would probably have been for the iRacing version of the track. And what an incredible undertaking it was. See above, by the way, for resurfacing, because you've got to get it absolutely right. You've got to run 2 machines pretty much side by side, so that the seams can be looked at straight away, because there's nothing that's wide enough to do it in one go, and there's only a certain amount of machines that can do some of the gradients here, both in scanning and putting the top surface tarmac down. So these things have to be planned meticulously. This is why the Nürburgring is so different and unique, and poses specific challenges, not just for the racers, but for maintenance and the sim companies and everybody else. There's nothing easy, there's nothing straightforward, there's nothing traditional about the Nürburgring Nordschleife.
Indeed. And along that theme, I'm just noticing from the helicopter view, there's still spray coming off these cars, running all the way from Flugplatz down through Schwedenkreuz, all the way down Fuchsrunner here. So those guys who may have thought slicks were okay, I would say the time's not right yet.
Peter, you threw yourself in. You said it, the things you do in COVID, but one of the things you threw yourself into in COVID was writing a book about your adventures and misadventures sometimes in motorsport. Nürburgring very much a part of the later part of your career, and particularly Nürburgring 24. The book has 24 chapters, one of which is you describing how you get ready for your stint and then describing the first lap of a stint. What was that like to write, not just about this race and this racetrack, but the looking back on your career?
I mean,
cathartic?
Yeah, cathartic. I mean, the book, as you know, John, you were one of the first to see the draft. I mean, I never really intended it to be published. In fact, it was quite a personal thing. And when you read it and you encouraged me to go down that route, my first thought was, oh, I should censor everything and change everything. And thankfully, you encouraged me not to do that. But that last chapter, that lap, that night lap in the middle of a 24-hour race, is all based on reality, and it still sends a shiver down my spine when I read it. Hairs stand up on your neck, because this is one of those life experiences which you struggle to mimic anywhere else. And it's why I keep going back, it's why we keep going back. I'd hazard a guess it's why Max is here today. Surely. Because he knows that it's just going to give him some level of excitement and thrill that, you know, perhaps he's not going to find just in every avenue of life. So even given that he's a multiple Formula One champion. So this is a big challenge, this track, and I tried to capture that from the driver's eye view.
I described it as a warts and all description of national, international motorsport. I heartily recommend it. I sat down and I'm a fast reader anyway, and I do read a lot of books, but I sat down on a beautiful summer's afternoon back at home with a cup of tea, a pot of tea actually, a pot of Tregothian tea,
even better.
One of your sponsors from earlier in the career, and sat there and read through it. It was on a computer, which is not how I normally consume a book, but I absolutely voraciously consumed it. It's called Racing Hell: The Hidden Truths of Motorsport. It's under Peter's name, Peter Cate, C-A-T-E. If you search for it on your favourite search engine, it's available at all good bookstores, and some not so good good ones as well, but and online as well at the usual places. And if you're even mildly interested in any form of motorsport, actually, Peter came up through the School of Hard Knocks in club racing in the UK onto British touring car supports, and then through to touring car, and then sport and GT car racing, including, as I said, 23 so far outings in the Nürburgring 24 and about another 20 odd NLS races as well. So he's heading towards a half century of races at this place. And read it, enjoy it, and you'll see the side of motorsport, and you'll learn about the side of motorsport that perhaps sometimes isn't as glitzy. It's not a whingy book, it's not a moany book, but it's absolutely the truth. And the highs are the highs and the lows very much the lows, particularly in Peter's early years when he was spannering the cars himself, working with his dad and various friends. And I've known Peter for a long time through his driving, and I know he keeps meticulous notes, so I will tell you now, everything he has written in there is checkable and provable, whether it's a setup ride height on an Alpha, or a recollection of a contretemps with somebody, or a mistake he made, or a race he won, or a race he should have won. They're all checkable, because that's the type of person Peter is. He lives his life and in the same way that he drives, which is meticulously. Racing Hell: The Hidden Truths of Motorsport. Go and look it up. Right, we're down to the last 40 minutes, Peter, and you can't breathe a sigh of relief at this point, even the guys at the front. 2 minutes and 4 now between first and second. The two Falcon cars are still struggling on those wet weather tyres, but there's a lot of... There was a lot of time between them and the rest of the field, but now that black Falcon SP9 AM car has closed in on them. Now just down to 5 seconds the last time past the line. So there goes the leader onto another lap. Let me just refresh the main screen to make sure that we're getting the latest. And I think we are. Never mind about pit stops now. This is running to the end. Yeah, lap 22. top 5 have gone through. I'm watching the split times here, and Sternberg in the Black Falcon car took 5 seconds out of the leaders in the first part of the Grand Prix circuit. So this is the number 48 GT3, and off for the leader in the Cup class. And that was the
948 Cup 2 car.
Yeah, that was Carlos Rivas, and he had a minute. So that was at the top of the foxhole. I think he's got back out before he's lost his lead. In fact, he has, because we've not seen Hofmeister come through yet. And again, I can check that on the splits. So even, well, with that off, it was a 350 in that sector 4. So he was being, Rivas was being gained on by Hofmeister. But let's see at the next checkpoint where they get to. This is getting a bit funny here. Yeah, there's another 9 seconds taken out of the second Falcon car by the first of the SP9 AMs, and they're just going on to the Nordschleife now. So I think we're going to see a change of position as Alex Fontana's made his last stop in the number 44 car collection Porsche. So they've done it a very different way in terms of their pit stops. So they're going to do a short run to the end. Does mean he'll have new tyres and a fairly low fuel run. So if it's dry now, which I think from their point of view, you've got to put dry tyres on that car. Slap Alex Fontana around the face a little bit and say bad things about his family, get him riled up.
Yeah, as long as he's careful through the damp sections, he's going to be picking up a couple of minutes a lap on the wet tyre runners, all else being equal. A
couple of minutes is what Peter Cade said there. Not a couple of tenths, not a couple of seconds, not 22 seconds, a couple of minutes because of the lap times. Remember, fastest lap, just under 8 minutes at the front of the field, went out to 12.5 minutes when it was wet. So literally adding half as much again on, now back down to about 9:26 for the leading cars. So 9.5 minutes, so still a good minute and a half away for those guys on wet weather tyres. What I'd like to know what tyres that Black Falcon number 48's on. I've got a feeling they're on dries.
It would make sense given the timing of the stop. Again, we haven't seen a full lap.
And they've gone into second. That number 48 car has now gone into second. He's overtaken Tim Heinemann and took 7 seconds out of him in that third sector. So that's a change in second for Mike Stursberg, the driver from Vermelkirchen, the German driver. And he's taking time hand over fist out of the leader as well. So there was 2 minutes between those two Falcon cars as they crossed the line. But in this lap, what was the third place car has taken 5, 7, that's 12, another 12, 19. He's taken 19 seconds in the first 3 sectors. And we know there's something
up on Heinemann, isn't he?
Yeah, he's still probably just under 2 minutes back. But Heinemann's got a decision to make here, with still probably, what have we got left? It's got to be, 4 laps. 4 laps. Does he go back on the dry weather tyres and take the pit stop? He's got a faster car than the car that's chasing him down, but at the moment he can't use that performance, Peter.
Yeah, and if these wets are going to start getting worn out, they're not even going to perform well in the damp sections.
Yeah.
It's nothing more frustrating than a wet that's worn. You start feeling like you're driving on marbles, starts getting too hot. All of the advantages that it gave you before just become disadvantages.
I'm told both Amazon and Booktopia have your book for sale in Australia. And hello to Trish Porter, who's in New South Wales, in Sydney, new, I have no clue what time of day it is.
It reads just as well in the night, don't worry.
Yeah. I'll be down your way in mid-February for the Bathurst. 12 hours. As in comes the leader. Could not give up any more time. They will not need... I don't think they'll need fuel. They might put a little splash in just in case. Yeah, they're hitting the fuel reset button. But this will be a fresh set of Falcon tyres. What we're not seeing is what's going on. The number 4 now is the 3rd place car. The 2nd place car is the gold... Oh.
The 3's come out.
Was that just one tyre? Was it a puncture then?
I think it was all tyres.
They're just very, very quick.
Yeah, because they've done so few laps.
Right.
Since the last stop.
Right, let's have a look as they come out.
Yeah.
They're slicks.
Yep.
They've come out on slicks.
Had to be done. They had the gap.
Yeah. Whilst it was still about 2 minutes. Now, waiting for the gold and red number 48 Black Falcon car to come through. Yeah, there's another 8 seconds taken out of the leader in sector 4. So that's 27 seconds, and the 46 seconds in the last sector. That is also going to be let's see, it's probably even 4 or 5 seconds there. Oh my goodness. 11:29 p.m. in New South Wales. Hello Jesse, hello Trish, hello Australia. I'll be watching the Ben 500. Now, it's going on the DVR actually. I'll watch a little bit of it early doors before we do the race tomorrow, and the rest of it I'll catch up on afterwards. So no spoilers tomorrow, please, if you don't mind. So there is the now 2nd place car that's gone through. I reckon, I'm sure he's ahead of the Falcon. Well, it's not showing that on the timing at the moment. It's showing us a lap down. I'm not sure that's correct. No, Stursberg is in 2nd. Stursberg is in 2nd.
There it is.
Heinemann's come into the pit lane.
It's now corrected itself as he came to the pit.
Correct.
And the timing, the last lap, 9:02.
Against the 9:35,
yeah.
so 33 seconds difference.
They really had to make the switch.
Correct.
Otherwise it would have been that couple of minutes issue.
So now, and that is slick tyres on that car. Those are slick tyres on that car.
And that car's got nice warm slicks ready to go.
Yeah. Now, the question now, and that makes me dive to another screen, is to see when that 48 car was last in the pits for Black Falcon, and therefore could it go? I think we said that car was in with under an hour to go.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, let me have a little look. Yeah, they have been out. That was 5 laps. Did they change again there? So the Falcon team car, Stursberg. When did that one end? Started. It's in play. Yeah, 48 minutes past the last hour. So an hour and 10. That's a bit tight.
It's doable.
But
with the wet weather.
But the wet weather might help them out. Yeah.
It's still quite wet in this section here. Just one line.
The question is, how quickly can the Falcon cars get their tyres up to temp? The start of the lap isn't the worst part, so what would you normally say around here to get a slick up to temp, half a lap?
Yeah, I mean, they're coming out of tyre warmers, of course, and they're straight back on it. The Grand Prix lap, a loop, was relatively dry, so they shouldn't lose temperature out of the box.
So what was across the line, 1 minute and 47, straight away 30 seconds of that is gone because of the pit stop for Joel Sturm against Sternberg. But in Sector 2, Joel Sturm was 5 seconds quicker than the black Falcon car that is chasing him. So we said, didn't we, that the Falcon car's got more performance, they just couldn't use it. So now attention switches back, Peter, to the Tim Heinemann car, which is now 28 seconds behind the black Falcon car for second, and obviously lost further time, but was 2 seconds quicker in Sector 2. So now it's a complete... The hunter has become the hunted for second place. I think the 3 car and Joel Sturm and the team, they had to do it that lap, otherwise they would have been under pressure. So I think they've timed it about right, and they'll get to the end. Now the interesting thing is whether Mike Stursberg, excuse me, can hold on to second position.
Indeed, I'm sure the Falcon guys would like to repeat what they did in the last NLS and get both cars first and second.
Yeah.
But this is tricky. The conditions are tricky, and like we said all the way through here, they're coming upon slower traffic. There's one line through the wet sections that's dry. They're going to be pushed off that line. They're on slicks now.
Yeah. Just as an aside, because Max Verstappen's day is done in terms of his driving duties, cheering on his teammate Chris Lillum. Chris has now pulled that car up to 7th in Cup 3, and obviously it's running in exactly the same performance. There's no switch for Chris, so he's running it at the same power output as Max Verstappen was. Max's job was to do the 14 laps, and Chris has not 9:01.4. No, I think that's Max's lap from very early on when it was full dry and clear track.
Exactly. I think the rain has been a big help for them, actually.
Yeah, I agree.
The power difference really doesn't translate to lap time in the same way as it does in the dry.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, that's definitely Max's lap, that 9:01.
He will be desperately hoping that he can get a sub 9-minute lap if he's back out in that car tomorrow. Hello to Richard Kelly from the middle of Ireland. A full day of motorsport for him. He's bought your book via Mr. Bezos's Emporium, arriving Wednesday.
Ah, good for you. Enjoy it, and don't get disturbed on chapter 24.
No, that's a very good point. You must read. Lock yourself away somewhere in the room in the house where there's a lock, maybe, or go outside, sit in the car, get yourself your favourite beverage, get comfy. Chapter 24 of Racing Hell, the book that we were talking about earlier on, about the truth behind motorsports. Sit down and read it in one go, interrupted, because you will get the flow of the description of the lap. When I read that, I was seeing it in my mind's eye as well as hearing Peter's voice. Obviously, you've now heard Peter's voice. I will guarantee you that now you've heard Peter Cate speak, you will hear his voice in every word of that book, every written word of that book. Racing Hell, it's called. Peter Cate is the author, who stands just to my right.
There you go. It's actually written in a way that if you read it at a typical reading pace, it should take you the same amount of time as it would take to drive the lap.
Yeah, I broke the lap record because I read fast.
That's good. That's good. If you read it slower, it was raining. How about that?
Very good. At RSL_studio, we're back doing this again tomorrow. Same time, same channels. Do use the official channels. It's very helpful for the organisers. A little bit of pass here, 9:40 going through. Is that a pass for position? And look at the draft from the third car in that line there. Slightly more powerful car, in fairness as well. But my goodness, you do get a big aerodynamic advantage. Oh, I like that light blue with the white stripes. So, coming through the two Cayman Cup cars. There's the 940.
Yeah.
And what was the other one?
I couldn't see the
yellow.
number.
Is it the 944? Because if it is,
I think that's a change of position.
Yeah, I think they've just.
Yeah,
was.
look.
No, 945. 945. So the 945 is further back down.
Okay, because these are running very close to each other.
Yeah. No, it's 945.
Okay.
945 and 940. It's the 944 that he's that the 940 is chasing, and he's he was only supposed to be a 10th up the road. Is that the car that went through before them? In that case, then, with that big run, must have been.
As usual, Cup 3, very close.
Very competitive. Always competitive.
That's a tricky cut through that little loop there.
It's not used that often, is it?
Exactly, it's dirty. Because it's not used that often, it falls away from you. Camber picks up as you exit. You tend to get a bit of oversteer as the front picks up grip.
Jesse Young has asked if we might offer up a signed copy of Racing Hell at the Shakedown Bathurst 12 Hours Meetup raffle at the Oxford in Bathurst City next February. I will see if we can organise that.
I'm sure we can.
With Mr. Case, and he'd be very happy to do that so long as you get him there. No, I'm only kidding. I'll bring it down. I'll try and remember to bring it down. I've got quite a long run before that, which includes the Middle East, the US, New Zealand, and then across the ditch back to Sydney. But yes,
I'm sure we'll
try and make that work. Yeah, the ultra endurance races, we talked about these before. The Marathon de la Route from 1965, which was 82 hours. 1966 to 1970, 84 hours. 1971, 96 hours. And in 1970, one of the winning drivers was one Helmut Marko in a Porsche 914-6.
Some serious stuff.
That was on the full track, on the Gesamtstrecke.
Crazy.
96 hours. I don't even want to know how this day to work. I suspect substances that you wouldn't be allowed today.
I'm sure somebody will correct me, but I think I remember Fangio, before he was circuit racing, was doing Argentine rallies of 5 days on his own.
Yeah, and all competitive through that time. Yeah. Hello to Basil. Thank you very much indeed for the kind comments about the coverage. Must give some kudos to our Nürburgring TV team and our German colleagues as well. They're down there in the pit lane, whereas Peter and I are in the Global Broadcast Centre, so a lot of information being passed up by Oliver and Michael and our German colleagues as well, working on the German stream, with a reminder that anytime you want to watch the NLS, the past races, or watch them live, go to the official YouTube channel, support the creators. And also for tomorrow's race, if you want to catch the early running for qualifying, that's on the German channel. All the times are there. Same for the 27th, which is when we expect Max Verstappen to be back, but racing a GT3 Ferrari. So just a sort of public information there. So let me check the times now. So that was a 9:01 from the Black Falcon last time around. So actually has taken more time out of Joel Sturm, the leader. So the second half of the Nordschleife was clearly a better run for Mike Stursberg. And the gap now is only a minute and a half. 9:23 to 9:01. Now, some of that is because of the pit stop, coming out the pits. So let's see. No, he's losing time now, though, as Sturm continues, Joel Sturm at the head of the field. He's also now only 40 seconds ahead of the charging Tim Heinemann.
His first two sectors, Heinemann's first two sectors, quicker than both the cars ahead.
Yeah. The 5 seconds gained, so 10 seconds gained, 5 seconds in each of the first sectors on the second place, and to 4 seconds on the leader. So I think, barring some kind of bizarre incident with the giant pink fluffy cat knocking the Falcon Motorsports Porsche off the circuit with its left front paw in a thick of peak. It's the Nürburgring. Or another downpour, possibly slightly more realistic and possible stroke probable. Or an incident with a slower car, still possible probable. This has been a really good drive by Julian Andlau and Joel Sturm. The interest at the moment is Mike Stursberg in that gold and red car in second, going wide, getting onto the slippy part of the track. He was, half a car's width off the dry line there, Peter, and then almost ends up in the barrier.
Yeah, that's the problem with the dry line, right? There's an edge to it, and he just dipped his wheel onto the damp, and it just ran him wide.
Yeah, outside wheel onto the damp, loaded side of the car, zero grip. Didn't panic though, didn't brake. Used the steering. On and off the steering.
Bit of throttle.
Yeah, come on, I can get you round, I can get you round.
But it's difficult for him. He's passing a lot of slow cars, so his tyres are getting into the wet, and they're probably losing temperature. So it's always the challenge here when there's only one line.
Sector 3's just gone through. He's lost 7 seconds to the leader. His time, a 2:14.7 in that gold and red car. Very striking livery for Black Falcon Team EA. And we'll wait a moment or two to see what Tim Heinemann could do. He's taken 10 seconds of the 39 that he needs to catch. There'll be a couple of laps at the end of this one. And where is Heinemann? He'll come through that sector 3 anytime now. There'll be a sigh of relief. Oh, off again a little bit wide and just gets the front end to come in.
It's got to be
for Stursberg. He's lost front tyre temperature, Peter, I'd say there.
Sie sagen, es ist nur ein Auto, aber wir sagen, es ist Herzblut, Schweiß und Perfektion. Denn wenn du schraubst, dann zählt jeder Millimeter. Dann bist du in deinem Element. Du willst mehr als nur fahren. Du willst es fühlen. Die volle Kontrolle. Eine optimale Straßenlage. Wir wissen genau, was dich antreibt. Denn wir teilen die gleiche Leidenschaft. Egal ob auf der Straße oder auf der Rennstrecke. Wir sind immer an deiner Seite. Wir sind H&R. Offizieller Partner der Nürburgring Langstrecken Serie.
Falkenreifen. Hol dir jetzt dein eigenes Motorsporterlebnis nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de
Liebe Fans,
Lovely fans.
besucht uns auf unseren Social Media Kanälen,
Follow us.
Auf Facebook, Instagram.
YouTube und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
So the pass for second that we had been anticipating has occurred, and Tim Heinemann has gone by Mike Stursberg. Mike's back in the pits actually with what will be probably only 2 laps to go. So the Black Falcon, red and gold number 48, pitted at the end of that last lap, but was losing time to the 2 Falcon cars. Now, in fairness, they are nailed on, unless there's a problem with that car, they are nailed on for an overall podium, and that Black Falcon car, Mike Stursberg, will win in SP9 AM in 3rd position overall, ahead of the 2 Pro-Am SP9s, so long as they can get that car out and complete the last couple of laps. Joel Sturm now has 1 minute and 25 seconds on his teammate, and they are lapping in similar times, and it is drying out now. The Falcon team have played a blinder, and you've got to say though, both of these drivers, Joel Sturm and Tim Heinemann, when they were told no, you can't pit now for wets, you're going to have to go 1 lap longer because we haven't got the fuel, they must have gone, are you kidding me? That last lap before they came into wets, they've subsequently changed again, but that last lap was one of survival, and both of those drivers did an absolutely stellar job.
And it's made all the difference, hasn't it? As we see now.
Yeah. I mean, as it stands, if they'd gone on 1 lap earlier, they still would have had to change, and it would have been slightly less dangerous. By the way, we were talking about the Marathon de la Route. If you want to see some bizarre, and thank you to Tim Walters for this, I'm going to retweet this from RSL_studio, but some very bizarre rules for the Marathon de la Route. Remember, that was at one stage a 96-hour race. No, absolutely not. Before anybody suggests it, no. We haven't got enough people. You're not getting enough marshals nowadays to be able to do the shifts, I don't think. And we haven't got enough people to do shifts in the studio. So we do the first 12 hours and the last 12 hours, go on holiday in the middle. So Falcon have played this one about perfectly, Peter, and they've had a good season so far in the NLS. Traffic, of course, always a part of it. That's the class-leading Audi that they're about to go by.
He's got the luxury of a bit of a cushion now. He can take his time behind these cars. No risky dives up the inside.
No.
It's just a question of reading what the car's going to do in front of you and looking for the safest possible opportunities.
The Julian Andlau and Joel Sturm doing a great job, but you've got to give some real respect and a lot of credit to the team for reading the conditions right, knowing the Falcon tyres as they do. And this will be yet another 1-2 for the 2 Falcon Porsches. In fact, that's 2 in a row, isn't it? If they can bring this one home. Pretty certain they had a 1-2 at the start of the season as well. That result is on another piece of paper that I'd have to look away from the coverage at the moment, which I don't want to do. Last lap, he's timed this right as well. I think it will be last lap next time around. And he's still coming through, one of the Mühlner Motorsport Cayman Cup cars. Cayenne Cup, there's an idea.
When it was really raining, that could have been a good car.
Yeah, the old GTS with the big 4.8. Yeah, very nice. Very nice indeed. I was just talking about that the other day. George Howard Chapel who you know, of course, legendary from Aston Martin, now with Ford and Multimatic and various people. He's still got an old 4.8 first gen Cayenne GTS. Glorious machine. What a rumble that is. More traffic again for the leader. Into the Caracciolo carousel, and then climbing up to the highest point of the track. Right now, Joel Sturm will have been talking to his team. What's the gap? Back to my teammate. Do I need to hustle? No, you don't. You absolutely don't.
Done the hard work.
Yeah. Yeah. No doubt at all that he's done the hard work. And Julian Andlau before him, of course, who was the opening driver. Julian listed at the ELMS this weekend, and some thought that he might not be able to take part, but it would seem that he is going to be here. Really busy GT weekend. The endurance race at Suzuka, ELMS for a 4-hour race with GT3s involved at Silverstone. Yeah, Heinemann closing in, has a large amount to pull back, 148, and he's pulled back 9:30. He's pulled back 13 seconds. They're in the longest sector now, which is sector 4. That was a 3:15 for Joel Sturm. He's coming through, already completed sector 5.
Really?
Oh, very, very unhappy driver behind the wheel.
Really
Carlos
frustrating.
Rivas. That's the leader in class as well, don't forget.
Yeah, clearly the back marker was running real slow, indicating to let him pass, but not realising it was a yellow flag situation, so he couldn't pass.
Oh, last year's champion and the leader in the 240i class has come to a halt. The Adrenaline Motorsport M240i Racing Cup car at the Hatzenbach, early part of the lap. Now, the second place car there was the Terting Sports by Up to Race, and they were only 20 seconds behind, so I reckon the M240i class lead has changed. 35th and 36th, those two cars, but having their own scrap. Sturm then starting what will be the last lap. So where is Heinemann? Heinemann's got about 4 minutes to start the last lap. He'll be there or thereabouts. Oh, another 8 seconds. So the time gap is coming down, but not quickly enough for Tim Heinemann. Joel Sturm has to keep this pointing in the right direction. I noticed I said that, I did not say there, Peter, only has to keep it in the right direction, because this is the Nürburgring. It's never only.
You never know what's around the next corner, right?
Literally.
I mean, the nerves sort of ramp up at this point. If you're in a great position, you've still got some ways to go. You've got to keep your wits about you. Every lap is a challenge, and these back markers now, fatigue is starting to set in. They're going to make some mistakes. They might not see you, they might turn in on you. Just as we saw, they may misread a flag signal, as we saw a few minutes ago. So it's by no means easy.
And there is that BMW proudly wearing the number 1, because that was the champion of champions of all classes. Last year, the scoring system is weighted depending on how many entries there are in each class and how many events you've taken part in. So everybody has. So if you're the only car in the class, then therefore you win your class. You don't get the same amount of points as somebody who's won a class that's got 20 cars in. It's a really good system. It looks and sounds complicated, and it sort of is. So we don't really get into the points until towards the end of the season. I'll leave that to Bruce and Johnny next time out in September. Join us tomorrow, of course. Now, that's the 919. That car's been in for a long time. That was the car that had the damaged front end earlier on. And it looks like the ClickVers.de team have got that back out. Hello to Laura. Thank you for joining us. I'm John Hindorf. Peter Kate is our driving expert and all-around good bloke. She says, thank you for actually explaining things and welcoming to the VAX fans and saying they're happy we're exploring more motorsport. Watching the stream has been, and then it cut off, a breath of fresh air with the toxicity of motorsports. We don't do toxicity. This is sports car racing. We welcome everybody in, Laura, and we celebrate the diversity of motorsports, and we never say anything is better or worse. We just say it's different, and what we want to do is explain the differences and celebrate them. Better, worse, those are words that we don't talk about across different forms of motorsport. 2 wheels, 4 wheels, on road, on gravel, on sand, doesn't matter to me. Our midweek show, Midweek Motorsport on a Wednesday at 8 o'clock UK. Our tagline for that for 20 seasons now have been, if it has engine and a set of wheels and they keep score, we'll talk about it. And that's pretty much how we go. Thank you, Sam. Thank you to Tom. Yes, I did used to do the WEC TV until about 2014, 2015, but we've never stopped doing the radio. And the only live free coverage of every WEC event, and Le Mans as well, of course, for Radio Le Mans. Again, the only live English language, live free, uninterrupted English language coverage of the world's greatest motor race. And of course, we're here for the Nürburgring NLS and the Nürburgring 24 as well, which runs to the same sort of rules but is not part of the championship. Well, actually, the 2 qualifying races this year were part of the championship, which is somewhat unusual. And if you like what we do, we also cover some classic events as well with Peter Auto. We'll be down at Bathurst early part of next year, and we also do very similar series where GT3 cars the top, which is the Creventic 24H series. Next round of that coming up is the Barcelona 24 hours last weekend. Actually, same weekend as the next NLS race, but that finishes on the Sunday, so you can tune in on the Sunday morning maybe. Watch the start and then tune in on into the overnight and onto the Sunday morning. And of course, for many years we've been the voice of IMSA as well, IMSA TV and IMSA Radio, which is also now available on YouTube as well as IMSA.tv. All live, all free, and uninterrupted for the most part. So thank you for your kind words. If you've enjoyed a bit of sports car racing, this is very, very different to anything else. But if you're getting the hang, think you're getting the hang of multi-class racing, this is the most classes we have on track anywhere in any series. So when we go to the WEC, there's only 2 classes. IMSA have between 2 and 5 on track, and 2 and 4 on track now, sorry. So please come and talk to us again. The number 1 car didn't come to a halt on its own, I'm hearing. The number 320 was involved there as well. And you can always get in touch with us here at RSL_studio. We will answer, if we can, any questions that you have to try and enhance your understanding, enjoyment and enthusiasm for the sports that we are covering. There's no such thing as a daft answer or a daft question. So please, ask away. Come back tomorrow as well. We'll happily talk you through any questions, points arising you have from what you've seen today. Well, Falcon to be the class of the field today. Rain or shine, as the Verstappen car just goes a lap down with his teammate in it there, another lap down, but cruising to a mid-field finish in class. Last time I looked, that's still 7th for Chris Lullum. Yes,
that's an amazing result.
That's a really good. Qualified 6th in the wet, with Max doing the qualifying, then starting the race doing the first 14 laps, and Chris will have done 10 laps or thereabouts. But Falcon, with their drivers, with their setup, with their pace, with their tactics, they've had all the right cards and they've played them all in the right order. Can't argue with that today. And that's about as good a run in difficult conditions. We saw both of the cars off with wheels on the grass at various stages. But in round number 7 of the NLS for 2025, it is the number 3 crew of Joel Sturm and Julian Andlar who will win from their teammates in the number 4. The gap's going to be somewhere over a minute at the end. And congratulations to them for this first of 2 races this weekend, the doubleheader, and the winners of the 65th ADAC ACAS Cup, the 4 hours. It's another 1-2 for Falcon. Get a feeling their championship is going very nicely. Tim Heinemann finishing off the race for the number 4 crew as our German colleagues are talking to the winners. Still plenty of classes to be decided. Let's have a look at the Cup 3 Pro. No, that was 42 seconds. That's all right. Looks like Carlos Rivas, despite being held up a little bit, is still going to hold off Müller Motorsport. Here's the second of the Falcon guys coming through now. Falcon cars coming through now. They can't party tonight, but it's a nice way to kick off the weekend, Peter.
Indeed, indeed. Interesting, their lap times are still well off a full dry time, so that last few laps on slick's real challenge just to keep your head and not make any mistakes.
Hello to AI, to Alpha, actually, Alpha VK. Thank you for the kind words. And please be he's tuning in tomorrow. Thank you, Alpha. Now, it's a little more of a wait for Stursberg. So we promised you 4 hours, and we're already 4 hours and 5 minutes into the race, so we've covered that off. Now, battles in the other classes. We need to keep an eye on this. With the Cayman class, definitely the Cup 3 car was getting closer. That was... Where's Heike gone? Yeah. It's 959 it is. So here's the winner coming down the last part of the track for SP9 Arm. That's the same performance of car. That's a good run from them, and I liked what they did. They gave it a go for the overall, but ultimately the class win will get them the points as well. Yeah, there was a point, wasn't there, where they had to make a decision for the good of the class win, and that's what they did. Came in for a last stop, put the new tyres on, and brought it home. And finish only a minute to, what? Oh no, Heinemann's gone through. Yeah. So why is Heinemann not being credited his lap? Let me just refresh. Yeah, it was 1 minute 26 between first and second. Another 1 minute 22 between second and third. We're waiting for Christian Cronjes in the Aston to come through. That is another class winner. To the line now, the light blue and white Cayman, as they come across the line, almost together. So that was the couple of Cup 2 cars, I think. And remember, there are 20 classes here. Yeah, there they go. Yeah, that was SRS Team Zorg Rensport with 2 of your former teammates, the 959 coming through to win Cup 3 Pro. But I think that the car behind, that definitely wasn't the Stegman car, the W&S Motorsport car. So that, I think, was the SP7 70 car that came through, the Black Falcon car. Yeah. So still waiting to hear if there's any penalty applied for that incident that took out the number 1 car earlier on. Oh, puncture right at the end for Well, now that's after the checkered flag, or at least the car is after the checkered flag. Again, in one of the Porsches. Let me very quickly run down some other winners as they're coming to the line. Hyundai Elantra number 467 wins its class. I'll just catch up from where we were. BMW FK Performance Motorsport wins SP8T in 18th position. SP7, the Black Falcon number 70, Porsche. TCR, the Audi RS3, that's the Goroyan RT by Shaky Racing, the 777, one of the two red Audis that take a victory in class. AT3, only 8 seconds at the line between the two Max Kreuzer Racing Audis, 10 and 333. AV Racing by Black Falcon win the SP10 AM category in the 163 and 32nd. BMW 240i class. So that was the P13 Sports by Up to Race, who got that. They inherited that at the end with the demise of last year's champion and the car that was leading the class. So 36 for the 680 will give them the top step of their podium. The VT2 rear-wheel drive class, the number 500 Adrenaline Motorsport BMW takes the victory. Adrenaline, multiple winners always in that class. They're number 540th position. The Hyundai i30N wins Cup 2 AM, the number 913. Who else have we got as a class winner? Keep on going down, John. So be him not. Yeah, the V5 Porsche Cayman, number 440, class winner, was down in 56th position. BMW 325i class, just a minute between the first 207, wins it in 61st position from the 111 in second. That's the Breakel Racing car. V6 Adrenaline Motorsport Cayenne S, the number 396, much more of a road car based formula for those guys, slightly older cars as well, 981s and 982s. 460 VT3 was there, winner, the Kevin Sports and Racing 335R. Right behind them, the H2 winner, the Honda Civic Type R, which I don't think we saw actually, the 611. BMW M2 Club Sport 888 won their class for Hoffer Racing in 82nd position. SP3 was won by the number 275 BMW 318 Ti Cup, just ahead of the 254 SP4 winner in a 325 Ci. Lots of BMW classes, as you might expect here in Germany. With the 320 AT2 4 Motors Bio Concept car, that's a Porsche GT3 Cup running on biofuel. There was a 8 or 10 car class for those cars here this weekend. The V3 class was taken by the number 529 in 94th place for the BMW 318i. The 321 Audi, we mentioned, they were their class winner for Goroyan Racing by RT by Shaky Racing. And there's one more. Where's the H4? There it is. H4 class Hoffer Racing BMW, a mighty old E46 M3, and the family Kroll out there who we watch all the way around the world. The 605 then coming in 109th position and taking their class victory, albeit in a class of one, but they got it to the end.
Tobi, auch für dich. Rang 3, ich meine, du hast ja noch das Cup-Auto gefahren. Fass mal so den Tag in 2 Sätzen zusammen.
Da gibt es eigentlich nicht viel zu sagen. Ich glaube, es war ein mega geiler Tag. Ich hoffe, Carlos ist durch und wir haben heute auch wahrscheinlich die Cup 2 gefahren. Aber jetzt auf dem Gesamtpodium zu stehen mit den beiden hier, das ist geil.
Kann ich dir jetzt sagen, was mir mein Regisseur gesagt hat? Du bist durch, ihr habt gewonnen.
Super.
Freue mich für dich. So, wo ist denn der Dritte im Bunde hier? Mustafa Mehmet Kaya. P3, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Tell me something about your race.